Welcome to downtown Detroit and welcome inside Ford Field. Tonight, a pair of NFC foes squaring off. It's the Philadelphia Eagles and the Detroit Lions. All right, working from the gun to start. 1st and 10. Lamar off the play fake. Finds his man. It's Amon-Ra St. Brown. This is going to come to an end right at the 32-yard line. They come through with a nice gain there. Gain of 10, 1st down. I'm not going to call this a must-score drive here in this first quarter, Brock, but when your opponents start the game with 6, it feels like you need some sort of answer.
You need a response, right? You need a response. You don't need all these home runs or big highlights. You just need to keep matriculating that ball down the field.
Now Jackson off the play action. Escapes the pocket. He takes it and takes off. And he'll get taken down after advancing this to the 37.
Kid, if you've heard me say it once, you've heard me say it 100 times. Completions, completions, completions. Well, that wasn't a pass. It was a scramble. But Annette's the same thing, keeping this offense on schedule.
Halfway to the marker. It's 2nd and 5. Lamar now from the gun. It's a quick way to St. Brown. And they're going to bring him down just a moment before he's able to break it across midfield. That's an 11-yard pickup, and it gives them the 1st down.
It sure seemed like he knew exactly where he was going with that right off the snap.
48-yard line.
Football's on the 48. Here we go. 1st down. Rolling into enemy territory. This one's going to move him all the way down to the 25-yard line. He'll move the sticks after ripping off a gain of 28.
Just excellent effort on that catch. And a lightning quick transition from bringing that football in to getting vertical. He was not content for a second to end that play where he caught it. Any catch he makes, his intent is to put some serious yards on top of it.
They'll send him over right. On 1st and 10, it's Jackson. Big man showing up the yards. And he's going to be hauled down at the 2, and that sets up 1st and goal. It's a gain of 22, and that will set up 1st and goal.
That's another Detroit Lions 1st down.
And before they can break the huddle, we've hit the end of our first quarter. 7-0 is our score. We're back to Ford Field right after this. We're all set to bring you the second quarter. Lions well within striking distance. From the red zone now. And he's going to take this in. Touchdown, Detroit. The Lions finish up their opening drive. It's a Jahmyr Gibbs touchdown. So the offense showing a slightly different dimension there, Brock. Getting the running back involved with his hands for the touchdown.
Yeah, such an advantage. I think when you think about it, Kate, it really is about the 80s where we start to see these running backs not just tote the ball as runners, but be real weapons when they get the ball in the passing game. That's well done.
That one right down the middle. And the Lions start off well to tie things 7-7. So we've got a tie ball game now as they send this away. This one's fielded at the 40-yard line. And this drive will start inside the 25. The Eagles about set to get going for their second drive. And I think they'd be content doing everything the same as their prior drive and getting another touchdown here. Philadelphia settled and ready. It's 1st and 10. Starting on the ground here with Barkley. This drive is going to start out with a gain of 5 before they bring him down.
That is simply a stay on schedule kind of run. Nothing more, nothing less, just right on schedule.
Brings up 2nd and 5. at the 28-yard line.
5 still to go here. This is second down. Working from the gun, it's Allen. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And that pushes them back. Third down coming up.
When they were in their defensive meetings this week, that's exactly how you draw it up. Play sound zone defense. Give that quarterback nowhere to go and let that pass rush get home.
Extra man in the secondary for the Lions on this third down. They'll air it out on third. Pass complete to Goddard. And good tackle, but a flag is down, likely against the defense. So through some pretty blatant interference, he found a way to make the catch for the first down, Brock, and they can decline that penalty.
You know what you don't find in the NFL, Kate? You don't find receivers that aren't hungry. When that ball's in the air, they want to eat, and they will fight, and they will scratch, and they will claw through contact to make sure they get their touches.
Throwing the out route complete. And they shove him out. Looks like he got about 6 before they did so. It's second down.
I know I can sound like a broken record when I talk about timing and getting the ball out on time and on rhythm, but these out cuts, it is so imperative, and the best of them make it look oh so easy.
2nd and 3 now. From the shotgun, it's Allen. They get back to Goddard, and he's got it. And they get this down to the 44 before he stopped.
A gain of 12 yards.
It's a gain of 12 on that one. And that'll be good for a Philadelphia first down.
Gosh, I really like this receiver on that drag route in particular. Why? Because he's a guy that creates after the catch. They don't close quickly. He could take it to the house.
First down, a run with Barkley. He's only able to get back to the line. It's going to be second down.
Absolutely no fear in his game. Even one of the smaller defenders out there, he isn't afraid to go charging into all those linemen and dish out some physical play himself to make that stop.
First down run netted him nothing. Here is 2nd and 10. Operating from the gun, it's Allen. That one's incomplete. Had the connection, but some stone hands got in the way there.
Fairly safe to say as that one falls incomplete this first half so far, it's not met the standard they set for themselves.
No connection on the last play. Now it's third down. To the air on 3rd and long. He's caught. He's got ground. And they're going to be set up just outside that red zone. They got 21 yards on the play. And that's good for an Eagles first down.
You know, Kate, you'll find teams go to this crossing route concept sometimes a dozen times a game. And a lot of times it's for shorter yardage, but sometimes things break in the right coverage for a much bigger impact play, just like that.
Barkley trying this up the gut. And they try to power it forward, but only a couple of yards there. Give him a few yards on that run. It's 2nd and 7.
Brings up 2nd and 7 at the 20-yard line.
Allen setting up to throw. It's a screen to Barkley. And it's another first down on this drive. Man, this time they're into 1st and goal.
With that down and distance, this group was pretty confident the screen would get them enough yards for the first, and it did. And so long as it keeps working like that, I bet you it'll be a go-to play for them when they need it the next time.
Now the Lions calling a timeout. They're first. And they are quite frustrated having to call that after giving up the first. Four downs to get this across. Here's 1st and goal. Free play here. Let's see what he does. Into traffic. Complete. And he's brought down, but there's some laundry on the field. Easy call for the officials there. He was offsides at the snap, and that's going to cost him. So now, following the penalty, here's first and goal. They'll run here following the penalty. And he runs it across. Touchdown! The Eagles get some late points and the lead. Saquon Barkley, the touchdown. They kept it on the ground as opposed to airing it out. And that time, well, Brock, the ground game paid off.
Well, these great rushing attacks down here that can score rushing touchdowns, it takes the whole party getting involved. Yeah, the burst of the running back was tremendous. How about the launch of his blockers right off the line of scrimmage? That's a touchdown the entire way, and it took the entire group offensively.
Elliott's all set for the kickoff. Here's a return from the 7. And he's brought down just inside the 25. Detroit getting its offense set for their second drive. And after the impressive drive we just witnessed, you gotta imagine that they are hoping to respond with something similar.
Yeah, and I don't love to use the word can't, right? But this can't be a 3-and-out for this offense right here. They got to give their defense a chance to catch their breath and turn some of the momentum in the building.
Throwing now on first down, it's Jackson. Bails out of the pocket quick and just gets back to the line of scrimmage.
The positive of that effort, he didn't go backwards, didn't have a negative play. If there was a negative, you didn't get a whole lot done with your legs. Got to be more efficient now on second down.
They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. From the gun, Jackson. Oh, he's keeping it again. Now hit, and Jackson loses the ball. But it looked like the Lions were able to fall on it, so possession stays with them. Detroit calls timeout. It's second. And they still have one in their pocket for what's left of this half. Bringing the offense up to the line. 1st and 10. Shotgun snap to Jackson. To the right and hauled in by Laporta. First down, only gets about a yard here, and the defender there to force him out.
Sometimes when you're just looking to move it forward, get some small yards on a throw, quarterback's best friend, security blanket. And when it's a big old tight end, that's an extra bonus.
They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. Out of the gun, here's Jackson. Finds Gibbs out of the backfield. The gain only about 2 before he heads out. That means they're going to face 3rd down.
That's a defense's goal, right, Kate? Just get us to 3rd down so we can have a chance to get off the field. And that was a good adjustment on that stop in particular, when the back ended up being the target, and they were able to keep them short of the sticks.
Jackson now on 3rd. That one complete to St. Brown. He's going to be at midfield now as he gets out of bounds. Gain of 9 yards on the play. And that is good for Detroit first down.
They like to say it's about the Jimmies and the Joes. I think that's about the X's and the O's. That's a well-drawn-up completion that nets them a first down.
Play fake, Jackson. And his perfect start is over. And that's the first one of his throws to wind up incomplete.
That's just simply one of those situations, Kate, where I think you and I got to tip our cap to the defense. Really took away everybody. There was no outlet, and only an incompletion could be had.
No luck on first down. Here's 2nd and 10. Again, it's Jackson to the air. And he brings it in, but got too close to the sideline there. They ruling him out of bounds. We've got 3rd down.
Incomplete.
Okay, we've seen this running back pretty busy here early on in the passing game, and not just with checkdowns. You could tell this was going to be part of the game plan, and I don't think one incompletion here to him.
Now we have a stoppage. No challenges inside of 2 minutes and a half, but the replay official wants to take another look at this on their own. Here comes play number 8 of the drive, 3rd and 1. Looking to throw on 3rd and 1. He's going for it himself. And he's taken down, but he's got it to the 29. And that one goes for a gain of 11. And the Lions have a 1st down.
You know, these are the type of plays that really get an offense going. This is a chance for QB to inspire the guys around him. Calling his own number, carrying his teammates to a 1st down on that big run. That inflates an offense, and it can suck the wind out of that defense.
1st and 10. Here's Jackson. That's him on the quick hitter. And he gets this forward to the 19. Now a timeout taken by the offense, and we're going to see if they try for 2 plays here or just try the field goal right now.
10 yards on the pickup. It's 2nd and inches at the Eagles' 19-yard line.
Jake Bates out for the Lions field goal try. Ball on the right hash for this 36-yard look. Bates' kick is up and good. The flag is down, though, so let's see if this kick stands or not. All right, so they like the results on the field, and they're going to decline this penalty.
Kate, if you're not going to pay a methodical drive off with a touchdown, that's the second best thing you can do. You could take all the time down, put points on the board, maybe a little momentum in heading into halftime.
Time left for maybe a return plus a play here as they send this away. So it's a touchback on the kickoff, and we're going to get one final snap here in the half. The Eagles setting out their offense one last time in the 1st half. They're going to need some unlikely magic here if they want to find any points with almost no time remaining. Probably looking at our final snap of the half here on 1st down. Looking to throw. Tries to lob that one up, and it's intercepted. Picked off by Darren Stingley Jr. So we're through 2 quarters now. Still a half of football to be played. We'll be back with more of the NFL on EA Sports. Elliott's all set for the kickoff. Here comes Williams on the return. And in the end, he's able to get it to about the 25-yard line before he's hauled down. Out come the Lions. They've got the first series of the 2nd half. They'll try to get that ground game established better than they did in the opening half, Brock. See if they can attack that deficit. Offense into the shotgun set as they line this up. 1st and 10. Let's start on the ground with Gibbs. And he manages 6 yards to begin this one. We've got 2nd and 4.
Cool thing about a drive starting runs like that, Kate, is it really just gives you every opportunity in the playbook, whatever you want to do. But as for me, I like to reward that runner. Give it to him again and see if he can get you a new set of downs.
Run picks up 6, so that means it's 2nd and 4. They'll toss it to Gibbs. Pop behind the line here on 2nd down, which is only going to make things tougher for this 3rd down coming up. Their dominance against this ground game rolls on, Brock. Add another stop to what's going to be some real nice film for them to watch.
How many times do you think in your lifetime, Kate, you've heard from a defensive coordinator, job number 1 is?
Stop the run.
And they've been doing it.
Now Jackson on 3rd down. That's the line. He's going to run for it. And this is going to take him up and across midfield there at the opposing 45. Give him 25 on that play. And that is good for Detroit 1st down.
I mean, I don't ever want to be a defensive coordinator. They do so many things right to take away the pass, and then what happens? Well, you get a quarterback that lowers his head, gashes the defense with one of the biggest runs of the game. You take away the pass, but you can't stop the QB run.
On 1st down, it's Gibbs. And he's not going to manage to get back to the line even. Tackle for a loss. We've got 2nd and 11. And it's not just some quarterbacks, Brock Huard, who've got to have short memories. You tell me this too, defenses need them sometime as well.
Yeah, 100%. You give up a big run, well, too bad. No time to dwell on it because you got to line up, buckle up that chin strap, and try to knock them backwards.
Changing it up here. Jackson. Screen here for Gibbs. Jukes away from one. And they're going to haul him down a step before the 30, right at the 31. The end result there, 15 yards and a first.
To this day, I can still see the faces of the big guys in the huddle. When you call a screen like that, instead of them just getting knocked backwards, they get to be salesmen. They get to push those linemen downfield and then tee off and go hit somebody like they did right there.
First down, here's Lamar. Pocket isn't holding up, they're able to drop it. And that sack drives them in the wrong direction, partner, ahead of their second down.
And look at that. All that effort and success from the previous play, it is gone. Credit to this defense who snapped and cleared. That's part of this game. You got to snap and clear. Give up a big play, come back and make a big one for yourself. And they do, getting home with that sack.
Lamar now from the gun. He's stepping up and takes off with this one. He dodged the tackle. And the ground game works for the touchdown. The Lions take the lead right away in half number 2. It's a Lamar Jackson touchdown. Well, Brock, it looked like it took the full defense a while to recognize that he was actually running with it. I think it limited their ability to stop what turned into a pretty impressive touchdown.
I think you're exactly right on this one, Kate. Not too many scrambles go this far for a touchdown. And you got to give some credit to the guys around him. None of those receivers, tight ends, well, they just sold it. They didn't look back at him, had they? I think the defense is able to react and stop that touchdown. Instead, that's 6 big points on the board.
Bates has it all set up. Here comes the kickoff. Return coming from the 6. And in the end, he's able to get it to what used to be a touchback. It's at the 25-yard line. Philadelphia's offense back out for another drive. And what's really been simply stunning, Brock, is how far we've made it into the game, and their passing game, it is still grounded.
Yeah, so as they're sitting here losing right now, what I hear you saying, Kate, is it's time for this offense to take flight?
Now Allen off the play action. Oh, look at this. Here he goes. He's taken down just a couple yards shy of the 40. A nice gain of 13 yards as it brings up a first down.
As long as these are the results he's getting, they're going to be just fine with him calling his own number. He does such a good job of seeing the field and knowing when it's his time to take it himself.
New set of downs for him. He'll start at the 38. Straight ahead, here's Barkley. Blast through midfield. Inside the 30. And he is into the end zone for a Philadelphia touchdown. The Eagles grab the lead on their first series of the half. Saquon Barkley, the touchdown.
And that right there is why you continue to feed a running back. Definitely the most we've seen him do with any touch this game, and that is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Point after added on by Elliott. And the Eagles take a 4-point lead.
Eagles 21, Lions 17.
Elliott's all set for the kickoff. This return starts at the 5. Escapes the defender. This makes it up to the 25. The Lions offense returning to the field. Their last drive contained a heavy dose of the ground game, a little old school dominance on the way to a touchdown, Brock. Let's see if they stick with it or if they go aerial this time around. First call here coming from the shotgun. Drive begins with Gibbs. Hit right at the line, and that is where he is stopped. So no gain on first down.
The stop made by
When you rush the
Myles
passer,
Garrett.
it's kind of like tracking down a
No
runner.
gain on
That
the
same
play.
pass, same
Second
athleticism
and
comes
10.
to life. He
At
looked
the
pretty good hunting his
25-yard
prey
line.
right there.
Now nothing doing on the last run. It's 2nd and 10. Jackson looking to throw. Short pass brought in. And they're going to bring him down just beyond the 30 at the 31.
That's not a big completion on a stat sheet, but that's a big contested, what I call gritty catch right there. And that's what the best tight ends will get you.
Here they go, getting set for 3rd and 4. Now here's Lamar. Dumped off to his running back. And he's taken down, but not before he gets this one to the 41. They come through with a nice gain of 10 and a first down.
This dude just simply got a nose for the marker no matter how they get him the ball, okay? Hand it to him, and he sniffs out that first down. Get it to him on a screen, and it's no different. He surges ahead and keeps this drive moving.
A touchdown aside in that frame as we run out of time in the 3rd quarter. It's Lions ball. They come in trailing, but that lead is within reach. So first down from the 41. Lamar off the play fake. Going left side, Bowers has it. And he's taken down directly on that 43-yard line. He picks up 15 on the play. And the Lions have a first down.
I think my favorite part was the magic he worked after the catch. The way he took the completion and made so much more out of it by adding all the extra yardage.
The toss running right. It's Gibbs. And they're going to be humbled here on first down. Going to wind up losing yards on this play.
They're on the tackle.
You know, we love to talk about corners. Those corners that both love to tackle and cover. It's kind of the same thing with these defensive ends. Most of them love sacks. They love rushing the quarterback. But those that run down a toss play like that, they separate themselves from others.
Lamar back to throw. Finds him over the middle. And they're going to bring him down at the 36.
Complete to Puka Nacua. A gain of 13 yards. It's now 3rd and 2.
Third down and 2 here. The offense coming to the line for its 7th play of this drive. Looking to throw. Got it, man. That's Nacua. And they bring him down after the play reaches the 26. That's a pickup of 9. And that is good for a Detroit first down.
And those are the completions they rely on from their passing game.
1st and 10 at the 26-yard line.
And keep this drive moving, partner. Here's another 1st and 10. Short throws drops. This one's incomplete.
Even the best of them could be hurried into a throw before they're ready, and that pressure just messed up all the timing, the rhythm, and the clock of the quarterback.
Still 10 to go. It's 2nd down now from the 26. Jackson's going to throw again. Setting up the screen. And they bring him down at the 18-yard line.
Well, this is the type of game we've come to expect from him as a runner, toting the ball, but he's just as adept at turning the screen into the same kind of yardage, too.
Short yardage situation here. It's 3rd and 2. He'll throw it. It's complete. This is Bowers. And he's tackled with the first down yardage.
When you see play action, do all you can to get your eyes to the tight end, because that's their bread and butter. That play action gives him time off the line, helps chip a rusher, or even helps sell that fake. And then when he releases, he gets out, he gets some leverage. He gets to that edge before the defender can cover him.
On the draw, this is Gibbs. And they're going to stop him after he wiggles his way forward for 2. He gets a couple on first, and they'll come up 2nd and 8.
Brings up 2nd and 8 at the 10-yard line.
Play action. Here's Jackson. It was there, but he couldn't hang on. That's incomplete.
Intended for
trying to find Brock Bowers. So now it's going to be 3rd and long.
Brings up 3rd down.
I think everybody in the building was already thinking about the next play to run as they watch that short throw to the tight end. That's a gimme. You don't expect to see many of those dropped.
No connection on the last play, and now it's 3rd down. Throwing now. Dumps it off to his running back. And they get stuffed. He is knocked backwards on the play. That makes it 4th down.
Not terribly complicated on this one. Just not the 3rd down screen you wanted to run. Little chance they were getting the first, and apparently little chance they were going to even gain a positive yard at all.
All right, down by 4. They got to have this one on 4th down. Desperation time here. And he brings it in for the Detroit touchdown. The Lions have taken the lead late. Amon-Ra St. Brown, the touchdown. So what a finish this is shaping up to be. The late touchdown here, Brock, moves them in front.
And week to week, what a pleasure it is for us to call these games. We never know what kind of game we're going to get. This one's been everything you could have wanted. And now, even though they've taken the lead, there's still enough time on that other sideline for them to go mount a response.
21.
Bates has it all set up. Here comes the kickoff. Starting from the 5. And this drive will start inside the 25. Philadelphia getting ready to go on offense. They find themselves down here in the 4th after that touchdown. This game could end up depending on how they respond right here. All right, going empty as they come to the line. It's 1st and 10. Setting up to pass. This is Brown, and he's got it downfield. And they're all the way across midfield before he's brought down.
It's a gain of 29.
Timeout taken by the Eagles. That's going to be their first. And they can take a moment to try to build more momentum after getting that first.
48-yard line.
One play in, Brock, and this drive is already in enemy territory. Back to throw. Jump off, caught by his back. And he'll cross the 50 and start pushing onto the opposing side of the field.
I don't know why every once in a while I'll get these little flashbacks, but a little play like that just flashes me back to the preseason, my first preseason. When one of the veteran QBs said, hey, Brock, whatever you do, just find completions. You will never go broke taking a profit. Go get a completion. They're at a premium in this league.
Gets it downfield. It's Chase. Tackle made at the 10. 1st and goal coming up. Philadelphia going to spend its 2nd timeout. And they're still going to have one left at their disposal.
1st and goal, Philadelphia.
Got that chip shot in their back pocket to tie it. A chance at the lead here first, though. 1st and goal. He'll look to throw it. And that's a touchdown. The catch is made, and they lead just before the end of this game.
Touchdown,
It's plays like this that make him so well regarded across this league, Brock.
Yeah, such just a difference-making receiver, Kate.
Yep.
You expect him to be the target down here. You did, I did, the defenders did. What makes him a star is even when people know his number's being called, he still finds a way to deliver.
And it's good, so they take the lead, and the extra point buys them some breathing room. A field goal does not tie it now.
Lions 24.
Elliott's all set for the kickoff.
For Philadelphia.
Here comes Williams on the return. And he's brought down just beyond that 25-yard line.
First and 10.
The offense headed out now for Detroit. And this pressure has been playing volleyball in this fourth quarter, partner. That touchdown just served it over their way. Now they need a touchdown to return serve, put it back on the other sideline.
Yeah, I like what you did there, and I'll keep the analogy going. We're in the final set, and it almost feels now like a must-score drive.
Here he is to throw. That's complete to Bowers outright. And he's going to have this up near the 40, just a little bit short of it. Now the Lions calling a timeout. They're first. And they still have two available for them as we approach the end of this game.
First and 10 at the 39-yard line.
Two timeouts remaining and some time left to use them. It's first and 10. Play fake. Jackson. Completed over the middle. And he'll be brought down a step or two shy in midfield. They're going to mark him at the 48. Detroit calls timeout. It's second. And they're still going to have one left at their disposal. Nice spot here for the offense. It's second and 1. Shotgun snap to Jackson. Has him on the quick hitter. And he gets out of bounds to save that final timeout. This picks up the first down, too.
Nice to see that connection, that chemistry working between the two of them.
First down. First and 10 at the 39-yard line.
Offense to the line for first down, conscious of that single timeout they've got remaining. Jackson yet again. And he has it along the sideline, but he got a little too close to that edge. They're going to say he's out of bounds. We've got second down.
The best of the best, they just have this intuition, Kate. They know where the boundary is without looking. This receiver's not quite at that level yet. He lost track of where he was, and he brought it in, but out of bounds.
So it's second and 10 now. Ball still at that 39-yard line. Lamar throwing again. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Looking for Sam Laporta with that one. And things look tougher now with third and long.
Third down.
No surprise to see the quarterback go back to that well. That security blanket that's been his tight end all game long. But finally, this defense has an answer.
Last pass unsuccessful, and they have third down here. To throw. They'll have the first down and even more. And that is a great stop to deny him the marker. It's going to be fourth down. A timeout taken here by the Lions. That's their third.
Fourth down.
And now they're powerless to stop that clock with a timeout at least. They've got to go for it in this spot, Brock. This is fourth down. Now to throw. Hauled in. Again, it's Bowers. And they stop him. He's marked down along that 18-yard line. So an 11-yard gain to back up the considerable gamble to go for it there on fourth down, Brock. They're moving the chains.
First and 10.
So the Eagles will fly out of here with a road win. And there was no easing up. It took some white knuckling until the very end, but their defense carried that small lead through to the finish line as they escape with the victory. So that's it for us here. Brock Huard, our crew, I'm Kate Scott. This has been the NFL on EA Sports. The Eagles are winners, as we'll see you next time from Detroit. Fans are done waiting. They are ready for some football here at Lincoln Financial Field in Philly. Tonight's a pair of NFC foes squaring off. It's the Detroit Lions and the Philadelphia Eagles. Jake Bates now ready to get this one started. And we're underway from Philadelphia. Has this at the 6. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. All right, let's get this show on the road. It is 1st and 10. Allen comes out throwing. Short pass brought in. And they'll take him down after he advances this up to about the 43. It's a pickup of 14 yards as the chains reset.
Good offenses. Okay, good play callers know how to utilize their personnel. They know where they wanted him. They wanted him in a route in space where he could make that initial play comfortably, but then go to work after it.
They run it with Saquon Barkley. Shoots away from one. And he's going to be driven out of bounds. The gain gets this down inside the 35. Give him 24 on that play. And that'll be good for a Philadelphia first down.
I can assure you of one thing. That carry just brought some extra work in the opening quarter. You couldn't script that run any better.
First down now, ball at the 33. Play action now with Allen. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Was Devontae Smith the intended receiver? And now they face second down. All right, partner, testing the perimeter early there. Coverage held up. Could be a tough day for those outside receivers to make an impact.
Okay, partner, testing you here. You've heard me say this a lot. Okay, coordinator's job is to get you man-to-man coverage, and your job is?
To win it. Second down, Allen throwing again. Throw right side, caught by Goddard. And not much doing. He stopped quickly.
There's no question, Kate, that the big plays down the seam or what make tight ends a fan favorite, but it's those type of catches right there. The short yardage, it gets good coverage, contested catches that really make tight ends a locker room favorite.
A less than ideal 3rd and 8 here. 3rd and long, they're going to throw. This one's caught, Smith has it. And they stop him. He's marked down along that 18-yard line. Pickup of 12 on that play. And that's good for an Eagles first down.
You know, they call that the money down for a reason, because you're just simply not going to last long in the NFL if you don't convert a good portion of your 3rd downs. It's the money down. And nice to see them roll the dice and continue the series.
That one falls to the turf. Couldn't hang on. It's incomplete.
I can promise you that is a throw. It's a quarterback when it leaves your hands you do not want to flirt with as this game goes on. That is a prime one that DB could cut off and take the other way.
Second down, still 10 to go after that incomplete pass. You put a receiver in motion left. Allen gonna throw again. screen to Barkley. That screen sniffed out quickly, shut down behind the line.
Kate, that's one of those situations as a quarterback that on my grade sheet, that's a negative. That screen was ambushed by the defense, and you've got to throw it away. Just find a way to put it at his feet and not create a negative play for your offense.
Defense gunning for a stop here. It's third down. To the air again, Allen. He's got it. Touchdown, Philadelphia. The Eagles finish up an excellent opening series. It's a Jamar Chase touchdown. Quite the drive they put together to begin this game. What stood out to us, how quickly they were operating. They got a lot of plays in a small amount of time on the way to that touchdown.
What do you mean? We feel that tempo in the booth?
Yep, certainly do.
Kept those guys guessing defensively and on their toes, not quite sure what was coming next. And it will be that same strategy they employ, I'm going to guess so, until that defense proves they can stop it.
Elliott's all set for the kickoff. Here comes Williams on the return. And that's going to set them up just beyond their own 20. Now Ryan Lyons just about ready. 1st and 10. Lamar off the play fake. His first offering of the game winds up incomplete. Not must-have yet, Brock, but it does feel pretty important that they come up with an answer for that touchdown, but not going to be easy.
Nope, and incompletions like that certainly won't help.
Here's 2nd and 10 from the 21. Throwing again is Lamar. That's complete. Nacua on the left side. And this is going to be contained at the 25-yard line. Trent McDuffie getting there for the stop.
It's a gain of 4. Brings up 3rd and 6.
6 yards to go here. It's 3rd down. They'll throw. 3rd and long. This is brought in by Laporta. And he's going to be brought down here at the 42. That one goes for 17 yards and moves the chains.
The numbers are pretty clear, Kate. You get explosive plays. Those explosive plays on drives lead to points. You can't ask for a better start offensively.
1st down from the 42. That's to Laporta again. And they've got to him just a step or two before he can reach the 40 as he's sent out. A pickup of 17. And the Lions have a 1st down.
You want to start a good debate sometime, Kate? Go in an NFL locker room and ask which position is the best athlete. The big guys, the left tackles will tell you it's them. The corners will tell you it's them. But I'll tell you what, these tight ends of today, the way they can run, break tackles and get in the open field, they truly are some of the best athletes on the team.
And he's caught after a gain of about 2. That was Denzel Ward who brought that play to an end.
Okay, that's a run that's ho-hum on the stat sheet, but if you see a bigger play on the ground later on, it'll largely be because of a play just like that one, softening up the front and opening the door for a bigger gap in the future.
Lamar now from the gun. Nacua here, he's got it. And he's going to be stopped, but not before he gets him all the way down to that 15-yard line. It's a 24-yard gash, and it gives them the 1st down.
Part of the reason I leave you pregame, Kate, and get down to that field and watch these guys throw and catch is I want to see their timing. I want to see their anticipation. That is picture perfect right there. A crossing route thrown that quickly tells me these two are on the same page.
Straight ahead with Gibbs. And the stop is made 3 yards from the end zone. It's going to be 1st and goal. They'll move the chains after that pickup of 12.
That's good for a Lions 1st down. first and goal at the 3-yard line.
They will not get another playoff. We're at the end of one. 7-0 is our score. We'll return to the link right after this. We're all set to bring you the second quarter. Lions well within striking distance. Gibbs has nothing on that run. They stand strong and stop him at the 2.
Okay, all right. There's a little progress on first and goal. You keep it safe, you push a little closer, and now you're set up for what you want to do on second down.
Ball at the 2 here for second and goal. Running for it with Montgomery. And he's in for the touchdown. The Lions finish off their opening drive. David Montgomery with the touchdown. All right, so we're already into the second quarter, Brock, but that was just their opening drive of this football game. Fortunately, they did get a touchdown out of it.
Yep, and if opportunities with the ball are going to be as infrequent as they've been to start this game, you got to make each and one of those chances count. In that area, they are a perfect 1-for-1.
That one splits the uprights. And the Lions respond with 7 of their own to tie it here early. Now after tying this game up, they're all set to send her away. This return starts at the 5. And in the end, he's able to get it to about the 25-yard line before he's hauled down. Now for the second time this game, we're going to look at the Philly offense. And all that's needed here, Brock, is some repeat execution from that last series. Of course, I'd expect the defense has made some adjustments after giving up that touchdown.
And that is the beauty of this game we love so much, those back-and-forth adjustments on the sidelines. And can this offense do what it did a drive ago? And that is stay one play ahead of their defensive foes.
Connects on the crosser. And he's going to just get this across midfield before he's taken out of bounds. So a 27-yard pickup on that play. And that'll be good for a Philadelphia first down.
From a great throw to a nice route and catch to moving the chains, there wasn't a whole lot not to like about that amazing play.
One play in, Brock, and this drive is already in enemy territory. And the receiver's going to take this one on the jet sweep. Trying to find a cutback upfield, but nothing doing. They take him down for a loss.
When you get that jet sweep to the outside, you have to. You have to get vertical. There is just too much team speed in today's NFL if you don't go north and south.
They break the huddle. It's second down now. From the shotgun, it's Allen. Finds him over the middle. And he's tackled with markers down. This one should be on the defense. And it's as we expected, partner. The call pass interference, so put it at the spot and give him that first down. First and 10 for him now, following the penalty. Running it after the penalty. He gets him inside the 40. That's a gain of about 9 yards on the play.
So much to like about that run, Kate, particularly what he was able to get out of it. The defense, I think, feels a little fortunate they were able to track him down before an even bigger run and crossing that first down marker.
Well, after a quality effort on the last play, just really need to fall forward here to pick up that first down. On second down, here's Barkley. And the big gain followed by a little bit of a loss here. Defense getting the better of him on that run.
Kate, it's amazing how fast these guys are on the field and how fast your fortunes can turn. Second and short run, you're feeling good about yourself. But with a negative play, well, now comes a critical third down.
Chance to move the chains here on 3rd and 4. Operating from the gun, it's Allen. Completed over the middle. And he's tackle for a short gain.
Those kind of completions are so frustrating, Kate. It's like a putt. You got it on line, you feel good about it, it's going in the hole, but you never want to leave it short.
Would have been a tough 54-yard field goal, so instead they're keeping the offense out there on 4th down. They'll go. Allen. It's caught. Chase has it. And he's got it down to the 30 before going out. That is a clutch 7-yard pickup, partner. Pays off the call to go for it there on 4th down.
Move the chains. Got to move them chains. Build momentum and keep that defense on its heels.
The Eagles about set to go on offense. They were able to say mission accomplished on their last series, finding that end zone. But the work, well, it starts all over again right now.
And you know this, Kate, from our years together of doing this. I'm a firm believer of call it till they stop it. It doesn't mean you have to innovate right away. Call the same plays until they stop them, because they proved last drive they couldn't.
First down throw for Allen. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. You go middle of the field against zone coverage, Brock. You know this firsthand. You are throwing into rush hour, and there aren't a lot of easy completions to be found in that part of the field.
Yeah, and a lot of those throws, Kate, you're signing your guy up to take some sort of hit. It's on you to protect your guys. Credit that defense for flying around and making the play.
Has him on the quick hitter. And he's going to go out with a pickup of 3. So chipping away a few here ahead of this 3rd down.
You know, Kate, over the years, I've heard defensive coordinators say, hey, you got to earn the right to rush the passer. You got to earn the right for me to call blitzes. And when you call a blitz and you don't get home and you don't hit the quarterback, you've earned nothing.
Allen on 3rd down. Oh, again, it looks like a pick, but they drop it. A chance to steal it away in the end zone, but they just can't finish the play.
You know, there's a little bit of the risk of a 50-50 ball in the end zone. Some of these defenders today, man, they can elevate with the best of them. That's one they got away with. It should have been a pick and a touchback.
A 43-yard attempt.
Elliott connects there. And that's going to break our tie and give him a 3-point advantage.
You'd expect him to make most of those attempts from this distance, but it's never a lock. So they'll happily take this and finish off the drive with points.
Elliott's all set for the kickoff.
For Philadelphia.
Here comes Williams on the return. Spins right by him. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. So the Lions headed out for their 2nd drive of the game. They really had the passing game clicking on that last touchdown drive, partner. We'll see if they stick with that or if they mix things up a bit on this series. The Detroit offense to the line. Here's 1st and 10. Off the gut they go with Gibbs. And in a blink, they are off to midfield before somebody manages to stop him. Give him 24 yards on that one. And that is good for Detroit 1st down.
I'll tell you what, Kay, one of the things I'm most proud of coming out of the broadcast are my O-line buddies that will hit me up during the game and say thank you. Thank you for finally showing some love and giving some light to what those big boys are doing up front. I got to play with some of the best to do it. I got to see it up close and personal. Because of it, I'll never forget it. And they just showed up on that run.
They gain 11 on that play. And the Lions have a 1st down.
Sure seems like he knew exactly what he wanted, and he got it, going right where he wanted to with the ball off the snap.
So fresh set of downs now from the 39. On 1st down, Jackson. He'll try and run this. And they're going to keep moving forward, Brock, down inside the opposing 30. Now the Lions calling a timeout. They're first. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime.
Lions, 1st down. A gain of 11 on the play. 1st down, Lions.
Coming to the line for another 1st and 10. Shotgun snap to Jackson. He's calling his own number again. And there's the stop after he drives this down to the 13. Detroit calls timeout. It's second. And they still have one in their pocket for what's left of this half.
Lions, first down. 1st and 10 at the 13-yard line.
All set now. 1st and 10. From the red zone now. Screen here for Gibbs. And he's brought down at the line.
I know coordinator quarterback going to be upset with that first down because you call a screen on first, you're thinking stay ahead of schedule. Even a minimal gain to stay on pace, but instead, that defense creates a negative play and sets him back behind the sticks.
From the gun, Jackson. He's going to pull this one down and run with it. And they take this in for the score. The Lions take the lead just before halftime. It's a Lamar Jackson touchdown. Manage that clock beautifully. Down to the final moments, Brock, and they get the score just before halftime.
That doesn't change the theme of the halftime speech, but I guarantee you it adds some enthusiasm to the tone. That was awesome.
Point after up and good from Bates. And the Lions take a 4-point lead.
Eagles 10.
Time left for maybe a return plus a play here as they send this away. So it goes for a touchback. Let's see what they decide to do with the time they've got remaining here. The Eagles setting out their offense one last time in the first half. There's 8 seconds left, so time for a quick play and then one final shot. They've got 1st and 10, Brock, but time for maybe 2 plays at most if they even want to try anything. He's back to throw. Short pass, Bryant. And he'll get it up to the 44. Just before halftime, we get a timeout. Take it. All right, this is going to be the play that takes us to halftime. The final throw before the break. He's going to loft this deep down the left sideline. His final shot of the half will not connect. That falls incomplete. No time remaining in our first half. Elliott's all set for the kickoff. Fielded at the 7. Finds some space. He's past the 30. Coverage team tracking him down as he reaches the 35. Here comes the offense for Detroit to begin the second half. They have played lights out on offense. Scored their first 2 times out, Brock. A chance to go 3 for 3 and grow that lead here. Good field position for the Lions here as they head up to the line. 1st and 10. Now it's Jackson. To the right and hauled in by Laporta. And he is stopped as he reaches that 46-yard line. And that one goes for a gain of 11. And that is good for a Detroit first down.
You want to become a quarterback's best friend, do that. Turn a short little gain, a short little pass into some yards after catch, and that quarterback will find you again.
Gibbs now from the gun. And he drives this across midfield and down into enemy territory. Pickup of 8 on the run, and that sets up 2nd and 2.
Well, that doesn't net a first down. You get yards like that in the run game, you will take it in the NFL.
Nice run last play. Sets up 2nd and 2. Out of the gun, here's Jackson. He finds Laporta. And he's marked down, looks like at the 32-yard line. It's a 13-yard play, and that's enough for the first.
You know, it sure seems like he knew exactly where he was going with that before the snap. That's a pre-snap decision that led to a post-snap first down.
1st and 10 from the 32. Set up the screen. Here's Nacua. And he's got a decent gain before being brought down.
Hey, you like these results on first. That completion right there, right in the window where all options are now available to you on second down. That playbook is wide open.
After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. Enough to Gibbs from the gun. He's unable to get away from that tackle. Good work by the defense. Nothing gained on 2nd down.
Tackled at the 25-yard line. A gain of a yard. Brings up 3rd and 3.
To the line. Here's 3rd and 3. Trying to throw this from the gun. And they get to him as he was trying to make something happen. And the defense comes through. That's going to back him up and bring up 4th down.
Wow, it has been such a good day offensively for the guys up front. That's actually the first sack by this defense. And now comes the real question mark. Will it lead to more? Or will this offense learn a lesson and get back to the rhythm they've been in protecting?
Bates' kick is up and good. And add 3 to their lead as it extends to 7.
Well, they'll take it. Some points to add a little to what's still a pretty small lead. Eventually, I think we all know they've got to find a way to reach the end zone.
Bates has it all set up. Here comes the kickoff. Here's a return from the 7. He dodged the tackle. All right, and in the end, Brock, this is going to make it out to the 30. And the Eagle offense headed back out to the field. They'll look to knot up this game right now as they trail 17-10. So 1st and 10 now from the 30. Motion man left is Brown. On 1st down, Allen. Shuffle pass complete. He's going to get a few here, brought down at the 33-yard line.
Well, he saw his guys pick up the blitz. Well, he felt them pick it up anyway if he wasn't looking at him. But with their effort on his behalf, I think this QB felt owed to them and the group up front to find somebody to get a completion, so that effort up front wasn't in vain.
2nd down now, 7 to go. Working from the gun, it's Allen. Finding Brown back-to-back plays. And a stop is made just before he's able to reach that midfield strike.
It's a gain of 14
They pick up 14 yards on that one. And that's good for an Eagles first down. Well, that right there is about the best you could hope for against double coverage. Good chunky yards, and more importantly, Brock, you don't get burned taking a risk.
Yeah, it's really the defense that gets burned, and that is just demoralizing. You got double coverage, you got what you want, and 2 guys can't stop one.
And he's got it up to midfield and into Lions territory.
Kate, if there was one throw in the game plan that kept me up at night more than any other, it was an out route versus zone coverage. Because you got to throw with anticipation, but you also got to make sure those defenders' eyes aren't reading you like a book.
2nd down now, they need 7. Allen gonna throw again. To the right side and wheeled in by Chase. And they're gonna bring him down at the 36. That's going to go as a gain of 13 yards. And that'll be good for a Philadelphia first down.
You know, they really love that drag route because he's one of those guys that you count on not only to make the catch, but create after the catch. If they don't close on him quickly, he can add a lot of yards before someone tracks him down.
Allen now on 1st down. He's still going at the 30. And he's going to be brought down at the 23-yard line. Give him 13 on that play. And that's good for an Eagles first down.
That's another Eagles first down. 1st and 10 at the 20.
So we hit the end of the third quarter. It's the Eagles in possession to start. They trail, but that lead is within reach. So a new set of downs. Here we go, 1st and 10. Barkley trying this up the gut. Dropped by the first guy he met. No gain on that first down run.
Stopped right at the line, but might as well have been a loss of yards as far as the offense is concerned. It's always humbling when you try force versus force, and the defense wins out.
First down run netted him nothing. Here is 2nd and 10. Throwing from the gun. Pass caught, 9-yard line. And he's going to be taken down near the 8-yard line. That one goes for 15, and now they're going to have 1st and goal.
This entire play, Kate, depends on how well he can separate from his man. You get man-to-man coverage, it's really about two things: separation and trust. Because QBs want to throw it before he breaks, that's the trust, and then they got to believe that that separation can create the big play down the field.
Brings it in. And he's brought down real close to that goal line at the 1.
Good luck defending that short yardage slant. Just not going to happen. There's a reason this is a go-to play for just about any quarterback in every situation.
Now it's 2nd and goal from the 1. Barkley going to try to smash his way in. Not able to make a push for that goal line. He's hit for a loss back at the 3. A great call in a short yardage situation right there, Brock, and that was exactly the type of front that defense needed to have.
Yeah, I agree with you. I love the X's and O's of it, and then even more, the guys going out there and executing it, pulling the trigger to create that loss.
Motion man right is Smith. Looking to throw. It's a screen to Barkley. It's a Philadelphia touchdown. The Eagles now trailed by just a point in the 4th. Saquon Barkley, the touchdown. So they punch it in for 6, Brock, and now a conversion away from tying this game back up.
This one just has the feel, doesn't it? The makings of a one-score game in the 4th quarter that could go either way.
The kick is good, so this game now hinging on every possession as we're tied up in the 4th.
At 17.
So we've got a tie ball game now as they send this away. Fielded at the 7. He's stopped on the run back at the 27. The Lions get ready to return to the field. They're headed out there after just watching their lead disappear, but going off of that, an opportunity does exist now for an immediate answer.
And I'm going to say the quiet thing out loud here, Kate. There is a part of this offensive group that just loves this opportunity. They get the chance right now to answer, and not just that, but possibly come up with a game-winning drive.
They'll start on the ground with Gibbs. Escapes a defender. Still working past the 40. And he's finally brought down up at the 48. That chunk worth a nice 21 yards. And the Lions have a 1st down.
You know, it is so refreshing for these running backs when they have space to run. It's hard. There's so many collisions between the tackles. When they get on the edge and have green grass, well, the best of them take advantage of it.
1st down, and they go right back to it. And he reaches midfield and starts driving into Eagles territory. 1st down play, nets him 5. It's going to be 2nd and 5.
It's a gain of 5.
A humble 5-6-yard gain on the ground. Not a huge gain, not a game-changing play by any means, but one that keeps you on schedule and takes some of the starch out of that front 7.
So gain of 5 on that 1st down. Let's see if they can repeat that performance now here on 2nd. Ran into a wall that time. A couple of guys able to hold it right at the line of scrimmage. So 3rd down now.
At the 46-yard line. A gain of a yard on the play brings up 3rd and 4.
Looking to throw. It's complete. This is Bowers. And this play is nearly going to reach that 25-yard line. Defender there to take him out just short of it. A 19-yard pickup, and that's going to move the chains.
I'm not sure how this defense let that guy slip through him like that. On third down, nonetheless, he took that snap as an opportunity, and man, did he make an impact play.
Here he is to throw. And he'll just throw this away, Brock, and that's going to bring us to our 2-minute warning.
Kate, from my vantage point up here, that was pretty close to drawing a penalty flag. Risky decision on first down, but there was a target in the area, so thus, no penalty, and we move on to second.
They'll try something else from the 27 this time, 2nd and 10. Here's Gibbs on the carry. That's a nice running there, gets him 8. Third down coming up.
That result right there is why coaches all across all levels of football on defense talk about good, solid tackling, Kate. It's not just to hear themselves talk. It's to make sure that when you can bring a guy down, you're able to, and keep them from piling on those yards.
It's Montgomery on third. And he's dropped just short of the marker, maybe a yard away. Timeout taken by the Eagles. That's going to be their first. As they'll get together and discuss with 4th down coming up. An important attempt coming up here for Jake Bates. This is a 35-yard look from the right hash. That one is good! And late in the 4th, they have grabbed the lead.
That's called getting his job done, Kate, drilling it right through. And now they're in position to win this game. Now it's on some of those guys who are out there with them on the kick, those defenders, to hang on to this lead to give them the win.
Bates has it all set up. Here comes the kickoff. Returning it from the 4. Jukes away from one. And that's going to set them up just beyond their own 20. The Eagles ready to set up shop on offense. And they're coming off an excellent series throwing the football that led to that touchdown, Brock. So you and I both expecting that defense to be looking for that on this series. All right, working from the gun to start. 1st and 10. Starting on the ground here with Barkley. Can't slip that initial tackle. Stops made for no gain on that first down play.
These big D tackles in this league, they love weaponizing their size right in the middle of the field. It is so hard to clear lane against them. And once he got his paw on him, it was dead on arrival.
Well, nothing doing on the last run. It's 2nd and 10. Back to throw. To the ground it goes. That's incomplete. He was looking for A.J. Brown there. And that's going to leave him with a tough 3rd and long.
You hear defensive coaches preach this all the time about not giving up the big play. Keep everything in front of you. They're going to need to stay vigilant because he's definitely a receiver who can take the lid off of a defense.
Now to throw. Flush down now to his left. He's going for it himself. And he has it right near midfield here. Looks like about a yard short. Philadelphia going to spend its 2nd timeout. And they're still going to have one left at their disposal.
First down. 1st and 10 at the 49-yard line.
To the line for a new set of downs. Only a lone timeout at their disposal. Setting up to pass. Chase keeps connecting to Chase. And they're going to bring him down at the 36. That play gains 15, and it moves the sticks.
I may love watching a great thrower, but I love watching a well-done route too, Kate. Make that guy think you're trying to stack him only to drop your hips, cut right inside. Some good work to help reset those chains.
He'll look to throw it. Got a man downfield, and Goddard has it. And he's going to be brought down at the 23-yard line. So they call a timeout. So that is their final one. And with time left for maybe 2 plays, let's see what they do. Do they chance it, or do they just kick it now? A lot of pressure on this kick for Jake Elliott. And the whistles go off, so we got a timeout. 9 seconds left in the game. Jake Elliott out to put up 3 for the Eagles. This from 40 on the right hash. Looking good, and it's through. And in the final moments, they have tied this game.
Overtime rested on his leg, Kate, and he got the job done. And now, well, things go a specific way in OT. The next time we see him line up, it could be for the game winner.
Now after tying this game up, they're all set to send her away. And it goes for a touchback, so time enough for 1, maybe 2 final plays here. The Detroit offense getting ready for its next drive. And with almost no time left in this field position, partner, we're headed for overtime, barring something truly unexpected. Good field position for the Lions here as they head up to the line. 1st and 10. Back to throw. Here's Jackson. This to win the game. And it'll be incomplete. They went for it, trying to stun everybody with no time left on the clock. But alas, we are headed for overtime.
Jake Elliott.
And hopefully this conclusion will be just as exciting as our opening 4 quarters. The kick is away here in overtime. Here comes Williams on the return. And he's brought down just inside the 25. Now the Lions offense gets ready to return to the field. And they're playing with a chance to take the lead right here. Get a nice little cushion in what has been an otherwise really close game.
Yeah, and really the mindset, Kate, is this has got to be the drive. When you break the huddle, you look at each other and say, right now, these are the moments that tilt the game in our favor. Because you know if you don't get it done, you've given your opponent that opportunity.
On 1st down, it's Gibbs. Nearly starts the drive with a 1st down run. Stopped a yard short, gain of 9.
That is just a great drive starter. What every offense wants. Gives you a little bit of energy, a little juice, and now a really manageable 2nd down.
Overtime just getting started. Both teams are going to get a chance with the football here. We've got 2nd down. It's him on the end route. And he's going to bring it up to the 40-yard line before he stopped. That one gains 7. And that is good for Detroit 1st down.
Kate, one thing I learned from the late, great Mike Leach is, yeah, the system was called air raid, but it wasn't just attacking downfield. His philosophy, and it played out right there, is you have to attack every inch of the field, both vertically and horizontally, without routes or in routes just like that.
Dump off caught by his back. And he's brought down after a short gain.
It's sure nice to have that safety valve. Sure nice to have a running back that's not just able to tote it, Kate, but he's able to catch it. That's now multiple times they've looked his way, and multiple times he's delivered.
8 yards to go, and let's see how they approach this 2nd down. Lamar now from the gun. Hits him on the out route. He dodged the tackle. And they're on him to send him out right before he gets to that 30-yard line. This one goes for an even 25 yards. And the Lions have a 1st down.
So many cool fundamentals on display right there, Kate. Look the ball in your hands, number one. Don't turn your eyes away from it before it gets to you. And then when you've got that catch secured, snap that head forward and find that space upfield to turn a good play into a great play.
And he pushes this down to the 22-yard line. They come through with a nice gain there. Gain of 10, first down.
Well, they got him down before he could do any more damage in terms of yards. That's no easy job, mind you, tackling a big tight end. But the main damage had already been done. He kept this drive going by getting beyond the line to gain.
And again, it's Jackson. Ball's out, he lost it. And the Eagles get to it. And they're able to add some extra yards on. Well, all reviews in overtime have to come from the officials. And we have one coming here. They want one more look at that play. The Lions offense returning to the field. Their defense got off the field clean, Brock, and now their offense runs on knowing that any points are going to end this game.
Well, you want to look up complimentary football in the football dictionary, this might be the most important time for it. One side of the ball makes a stand, and the other side gets a chance to go win it. Hey, Kate, I know it's unrealistic to expect a 100% completion rate from anywhere on the field, but in this close, you really shouldn't be missing too many throws. Those need to be borderline automatic.
Their first drive of OT is on the ropes, Brock. It's 3rd and 5. Play action now with Jackson. And that one's too far in front of them, so now they're facing 4th down.
The numbers tell us pretty clearly, you get to 3rd and long, extra long, it's really hard to stay on the field. That's disappointing because that was 3rd and manageable and an incomplete.
An important attempt coming up here for Jake Bates. It's a 34-yarder from that right hash. It's good. The kick sails through. And the pressure now applied to that opposing sideline.
The important part, they've got the lead here in overtime after the short field goal. But with how close they got, the touchdown was in play. And you got to hope that you can get the stop here and not live to regret that series stalling out.
Without a doubt, Brock, the most important possession of the game about to begin as the kick is away. Here's a return from the 7. He's got a lane up past the 30. And a good effort here as he gets it out past the 35-yard line. Philadelphia's offense back out for another drive. Their defense held at least a little, Brock, but the pressure is still on. They need a field goal to keep this game going or a touchdown to end it.
And I can promise you right now, lie detector test in that huddle, every single one of those guys have asked says, I want a touchdown. I'm not even thinking of a field goal. That should be your mindset to go finish this game right now.
Working across the middle, Brock, it is tough for anybody to make plays through all that mess, even when you're the biggest and baddest pass catcher on the roster.
But as a tight end, you're going to be disappointed because that's what you're paid to do. It's one thing for those undersized receivers you talk about. It's another one for these big tight ends. You are paid to make that catch through contact, and he couldn't do it.
Has him on the quick hitter. He's going to bring it up to the 40-yard line before he stops.
Quarterbacks will look for their tight ends short in just about any situation. They take away the deeper options. Well, there's their consistent source of positive yardage. The trusty tight end.
3rd down, they need 7. Throwing now. Short pass brought in. And he's going to just get this across midfield before he's taken out of bounds. They gain 11 on that play. And that'll be good for a Philadelphia 1st down.
The smartest pass catchers I've ever been around, they know how to set up an outcut beautifully. They recognize when they have leverage, how to sell the deep route, and then boom, they just break it out as if it's nothing.
On 1st down, Allen. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Part of what's earned him status, Brock, is one of the league's better tight ends. Are those hands, right? His dependable hands. So shouts to the defense there because he wasn't able to hang on that time.
Kate, it's one thing for these defenders to separate a receiver from the ball, but to do so on a stud tight end, that's big time.
Motion man sent left. To the air again. Allen. Completed left side to Smith. They'll cross the 50 and start pushing onto the opposing side of the field. Philadelphia going to spend its second timeout, as they'll be left with just one more to work with here in OT. Time coverage from the Lions. Third down. They'll send a receiver left. To throw. It's caught. Chase has it. And he nearly gets them into the red zone as he's down at the 22. That goes as a gain of 25 yards and picks up the first.
I know the Combine tries to test everything it possibly can physically, but I don't know how you test courage at the Combine, because there's nobody defending you. Nobody wants to hit you. But that was the epitome of courage to make that in cut and make the catch.
Throwing the out route complete. And they take him out of bounds, which means his offense setting up for first and goal.
That is what elite offenses are all about. Why worry about 3 downs when you need only one? Move the chains in one play and keep driving that defense backwards.
They'll break the huddle and come up on first and goal. They're going to run with Barkley. And this is over. He takes it in, and that wins it in overtime. So beneath the chorus of Fly, Eagles Fly, it's a win for the Eagles. And it took some extra effort, Brock, some bonus football before they were finally able to separate from the opposition and earn that hard-fought victory. So that puts a bow on this one. For my partner, Brock Heward, and everyone involved on our crew, I'm Kate Scott signing off. This has been another presentation of the NFL on EA Sports. The Eagles are winners as we say so long from Philadelphia. It's time for some football at Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Tonight, a pair of NFC foes squaring off. It's the Detroit Lions and the Philadelphia Eagles. Jake Elliott is out ready to kick this one away. And away we go at the length. Fielded at the 7. Finds some space. He's past the 30. So they're going to begin from the 36 as he's brought down. So their offense out now to get this game started. It's 1st and 10. They go play fake with Jackson. That's on target, Puka Nacua. And he's out of bounds just past, looks like, the 40-yard line.
Well, that one came with a high degree of difficulty. Had to balance, focusing on the catch, keeping those feet in bounds.
Offensive line, this is 2nd and 4. First game on the ground to Jahmyr Gibbs. He won't be able to get past the line, and very quickly, Brock, they're going to be facing 3rd down to begin this ball game.
Well, that's just about textbook defense and how to shut down an RPO. The coverage was tight, the numbers were up, and then the bodies were there to stuff that run before it could get going.
3rd and 4 coming up now. From the gun, Jackson. He's going to run for it. This gets the 1st and more. And he's all the way across midfield, down inside that 45-yard line. That's going to go as a gain of 13 yards. And that is good for a Detroit 1st down.
I can tell you what, that was the goal from the moment he took off. Kept his eyes locked on the chains and made sure he set them up with a new set of downs. Well done.
Straight ahead with Gibbs. Escapes a defender. And they do get him down, but the damage is done. He just gets down inside the 35-yard line. They get an even 10 on that play. And the Lions have a 1st down.
You want to drain some of the excitement, some of the noise from a home stadium? It's exactly how you do it when you go on the road. Run it right down their throat from the jump.
1st down throw for Jackson. That's complete. Nacua on the left side. And he gets down to the 24 before he stopped. They come through with a nice gain of 10 and a 1st down.
Why in the heck do you need 2 or 3 plays when you can get it done in one effective call right there? Go from 1st down to 1st down, exactly the tempo offenses love.
And you keep this drive moving, partner. Here's another 1st and 10. Out of the gun, here's Jackson. Now here he goes. And they're going to bring him down as he makes it all the way to the 12. And it's a gain of 12 on that one. And that is good for a Detroit 1st down.
Well, there was no sense in taking a risk down the field when a 1st down was just a run away. They'll get to reset now and figure out just how they want to attack a new set of downs.
From the red zone on 1st. And this one's stopped at the 3-yard line.
I don't mind that scramble at all, Kate. It makes that defense think this guy's not just going to sit in the pocket all day. I'll say this as well, like I do all the time. When you're going to scramble as quarterback, make sure you protect yourself.
Just a yard left to go on second down. Running it with David Montgomery. And they keep him out of the end zone. Can't even get beyond the line. Touchdown denied.
Chances of stalling this drive defensively seem bleak, but how about now? Look at those odds changing, Kate. Still not great, but you could feel a little momentum on their side. Maybe they can muster it up and get back-to-back stops.
Third down run by Gibbs. It's going to be short of that goal line, Brock, but not of the marker. They've got a first and goal. Love the way they decided to keep the drive moving, Brock, pounding it forward, sending an early tone on this opening drive.
It sure does, both physically and then mentally as well, because you know and I know successful run often leads to great play-action pass.
Drive has kind of seemed destined for the end zone, partner. First of a few chances now to reach it. Gibbs will not score, and it's not going to get back to the line either. I think he lost close to 3 on that play.
This is one of those situations, Kate, where I watch the body language of the running back because it'd be very easy for him to raise his hands up, look to the sideline in his O-line and go, what am I supposed to do there? There was nothing, no time at all to try and escape and react. Instead, it goes backwards.
Now try Gibbs again. And he gets in. Touchdown. The Lions finish up an excellent opening series. It's a Jahmyr Gibbs touchdown. And that opening series, you use this word a lot with me, Brock, methodical. No massive highlights, just effective play calling, steady progress until they cross that goal line.
Yep, and to fans and fantasy football owners, might not have been a highlight, but to the coaches, the entire drive was the highlight. A great start. I mean, great start to the game where their offense stayed consistent, operated the plan just how it was drawn up, and they found the end zone as a result.
Bates has it all set up. Here comes the kickoff. Return coming from the 6. A decent run back is going to end as they bring him down inside the 30.
At their own 28-yard line.
Eagles getting ready. Here comes 1st and 10. They run it with Saquon Barkley. Powering his way forward a bit. Give him about 6 there to begin this drive.
You know, Kate, that might be a little bit of a disappointing run to him. He wanted more. They always do. That's exactly what they were after offensively to get this drive moving.
After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. Working from the gun, it's Allen. That's caught by A.J. Brown. And they're going to bring him down just on the other side of midfield. So we're through one. The Lions out in front. We'll return to the link right after this. Ready now for our second quarter. The Eagles have the football. They're looking at 1st down here. Straight ahead, here's Barkley. Gets it ahead, has about 5 yards. Stop there by the 4th-year ball hawk coming off his first All-Pro nomination, Derek Stingley Jr.
Really good patience right there. It's hard to do for runners in this league because these holes close up so fast, but he was patient, he was explosive, and he got a nice little gain on the ground.
Play action now, Allen. Well, right side, caught by Smith. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
That's just great instincts. Go air it out on 2nd down rather than just play conservative and run it. They hit a weak point in the coverage and don't need to worry about 3rd down at all.
At the 37-yard line.
We've set it downs from 37. First and 10. Here's Allen. Throw finds Jamar Chase. This is going to take him into the red zone. He's down at the 16-yard line. It's a gain of 21 yards to pick up that first down.
That's a statement throw right there. A statement throw that lets the opposing defense know it's not just going to be check down Charlie today. They're going to be willing to push the ball down the field, and this defense better respond.
Here's a designed run for Allen. Oh, he loses the football. And the Lions have recovered it. And they limit the damage on the return, but it is still a turnover. First down, here's Lamar. He keeps it and takes off. And some excellent work to drive them all the way out past the 30-yard line. It's a gain of 11 there, and that picks up the first.
Well, I can promise you, that was the goal from the moment he took off. He kept his eyes locked on the chains. It's almost like he had a spidey sense. He knew exactly where to get in order to move the sticks and get that critical first down.
First and 10, here's Jackson. Brought in left side by Jefferson. And he's down after getting this up to the 41.
That's what you call efficiency. Exactly what you're looking for in first down. Textbook. It sets up second and very manageable, and it creates that space if you want to take a shot downfield.
Nice spot here for the offense. It's 2nd and 1. Lamar off the play fake. He's going to pull this one down and run with it. He's going to get this one into enemy territory to the 47. Pickup of 12 on that play. And the Lions have a first down.
When a play breaks down, every once in a while, you got to be able to make a play with your legs. His offense counts on that ability to evade pressure and occasionally make plays just like that one.
They'll toss it to Gibbs. This is going to be down to, looks like about the opposing 36 for their next snap. And that one goes for a gain of 11. And that is good for Detroit first down.
Detroit Lions first down. A gain of 11 on the play. First down, Lions.
Shotgun snap to Jackson. That's complete to St. Brown outright. He's taken down after gaining a couple. That's going to bring us to the 2-minute warning.
Well, that's a pretty similar result to a first down run play. Moves it forward, keeps you on schedule, and makes 2nd and 3rd down a whole lot easier to manage.
2nd down now, 7 to go. Lamar now from the gun. Quick slant taken in by Nakua. And he's going to be contained after a modest gain to the 31. Devin Witherspoon there on the stop.
2-yard gain on the play. And it's 3rd down.
Quite the drive they've had, Brock, but they're up against it. 3rd and 5 now. Jackson looking to throw. He's making a bid for it. That's the first down, and he's still going. And this is going to get them all the way to the red zone. He's taken down at the 13-yard line. They get 18 yards out of it and a new set of downs.
As much as you'd like to find a completion and get the ball out of your hands, when a play breaks down, you've got to be able to make a play with your legs. His offense counts on his ability to evade pressure and occasionally make plays just like that.
Coming to the line for another 1st and 10. Here's Jackson to throw. Hits him on the out route. And he's going to take this in. Touchdown, Detroit. The Lions grow their lead just before halftime. It's a Justin Jefferson touchdown. So he finds his man in space, and then the wideout takes advantage. Nice finish there to take it in for 6.
Yeah, no question about it. We know points are always a premium in this league, and this really becomes a 3 to 4 point play. Right? When you don't have to settle for field goals, you could go in underneath and your receivers do that much damage in the open field and score a touchdown. That's big time.
Bates has it all set up. Here comes the kickoff. Here's a return from the 7. And he's brought down just beyond that 25-yard line. The Eagles about set to get going for their second drive. And down a couple of scores, Brock. They're probably going to try to get this into field goal range, trying to trim that lead. Offense into the shotgun set as they line this up. 1st and 10. From the shotgun, it's Allen. Completes this one to Jahan Dotson. Timeout taken by the Eagles. That's going to be their first. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime.
And an Eagles first down. 1st and 10 at the 39-yard line.
So fresh set of downs now from the 39. Motioning Chase left. On 1st down, Allen. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Well, he'd been perfect to that point on the drive, Brock. First time we've seen this coverage force him into a misstep in a while.
Now, I know you hear me talk all the time, Kate, about the rhythm of an offense, right? And I look at it through those optics so much. But it's the same thing defensively. You've got to get a stop, see the ball hit the ground to knock them out of that rhythm.
Operating from the gun, it's Allen. That's caught with Saquon Barkley. And he is hauled down right at that midfield strike. Philadelphia going to spend its second timeout. And they still have 1 in their pocket for what's left of this half.
1st and 10 at the 50-yard line.
They'll come up on 1st and 10. To the air again, Allen. Has him on the quick hitter. And he has it to the 42 before they make the stop. The Eagles decide to spend their 3rd and final timeout. And that's all they've got for what little remains of this half.
42-yard line.
After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short. Allen gonna throw again. And back-to-back passes that should have been intercepted. 2 great chances to take it away. Both of them dropped, Brock, and now they stay out there for 3rd down.
Hey, Kate, you feeling lucky? Well, the quarterback is, because he just dodged a major turnover. That was an easy pick that was simply dropped.
Allen on 3rd and 2. This is complete. Downfield to Smith. And he's got his guys into the red zone before someone can force him out. They strike for 23 yards. And that's good for an Eagles first down.
I'll be honest with you, Kate. As you grow and develop as a quarterback, your arm gets stronger. These comebacks can be one of your favorite throws in your arsenal. Because if you trust yourself and you throw it before that defender breaks, you know there's yards to be had on the perimeter.
And this won't be caught. Clock is going to stop. We've got 14 seconds to go.
You really want those throws to be like clockwork for your offense. Every team needs to hit passes in that short to intermediate range to effectively move the ball.
After the incomplete pass, here comes 2nd and 10. Again, Allen to the air. And through the back of the end zone and out of bounds.
You know what that route is called, right, Kate? OTB. Over the ball. And those are the ones you've got to hit. You've got to be able to play offense from the inside out. Got to find a completion right there.
So after that prior incompletion, we've got third down. To throw again, it's Allen. And he just gets rid of this one, but unfortunately, that means fourth down coming up.
There's not a quarterback alive that enjoys throwing it away on third down. But that's a good case right there of live to play another day. Live to play another series, and don't put the ball in harm's way.
So on fourth down, on comes the Eagles kicker, Jake Elliott, for the try. Ball on the right hash for this 36-yard look. Elliott connects there, and that'll get him back to 11.
That's tremendous execution right there. Really using every bit of time they had left in a methodical drive, paying off with points. And remember, they'll get the ball to start the second half as well.
So we'll see if it's a kick return that ends our half, or if we get a play from scrimmage, as this one's away. And it looks like we're going to have time for one more play here, Brock, as this one goes for a touchback. The Lions getting one more series here before halftime. And they'll get just one snap, 3 seconds remaining in this quarter. One last play before the break. All right, keeping it simple. They're just going to call a give right up the middle. And they're going to bring him down just a moment before he's able to break it across midfield. That's halftime of this contest. We'll join both teams in taking a short break. More of the NFL on EA Sports in just a moment. Has this at the 6. Shoots away from one. He's stopped on the run back at the 27. Philadelphia has its offense out to start this third quarter. That passing game they went to in the first half, it's going to need to be firing to start this second half too as they chase this lead. Philadelphia settled and ready. It's 1st and 10. Now Allen. Short pass brought in. And this one's brought to a halt at about the 36-yard line.
Number 6, Devontae Smith. 10 yards on the pickup. It's 2nd and inches at the 36-yard line.
Fall forward, and I think you've got this first down, Brock. It's 2nd and inches. Chase coming in motion right. On 2nd down, here's Barkley. And his short game gets them a new set of downs.
That's certainly a spot where you could be more aggressive, Kate, if you want to take your shots. But some coaches, even the bolder ones, will take the safe play first when they get it from time to time. No third down required now.
New set of downs from 37. Going to the ground again on first. That's a nice running there on that 7-yard gain. Make it 2nd down.
Every offense in this league is looking for a back who can be an athlete and a bruiser at the same time. You feel lucky if you got one. Someone who can, well, eat up space when the lanes are open and deliver a little punishment to stretch plays when that tackler tries to meet him in the hole.
Working from the gun, it's Allen. And oh, someone stepped in. It's intercepted. Christian Gonzalez has it. And the Lions have it now at the 40.
His guys take over 1st and 10 at their own 40-yard line.
On 1st down, Jackson. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. Intended target there was Sam Laporta. So it's 2nd down coming up. When we look back at this one, Brock, it is going to be defensive highlight after defensive highlight. And there again, the examples, they just keep coming.
The physical play has been the trademark. Really, from the first snap through this second half, there have not been many just uncontested, clean, efficient plays. Every effort's been answered, and that's why that scoreboard's not been lit up.
Nakua here, he's got it. And they are finally able to get to him and touch him down, but damage already done as they pick up that 1st down.
I'm sure Coach, the play caller, doesn't mind making the job a little bit easier. You know, play calling's a lot simpler and easier when you count on the offense to move the chains on those early downs.
Jackson, quick pass wide. And the defense waiting for him at the line, and he goes down.
1-yard gain brings up 2nd and 9 at the 32-yard line.
Now come to the line here, 2nd and 9. Again, it's Jackson to the air. To the right and hauled in by Laporta. They don't get this forward to about the 28. Jahan Campbell, yet another first-round defender out of Alabama. They're on the tackle.
This defense didn't give up contain there, Kate. That was an instance where the more exciting plays were taken away downfield. And even looking to the tight end wasn't going to net them much.
Lamar throwing again. Got him in. That's Nacua. And he's tackled with the first down yardage.
It's a quarterback, when you throw that curl route, you know it's a tight window, Kate. But the minute that DB turns and can't react to the throw, you put it right on your receiver's numbers. He comes back and gets it and moves the sticks.
Offense getting set. Here's 1st and 10. A toss, running right. It's Gibbs. And he danced away from one tackle, but not able to dance away from the rest of the defense. No gain on that play.
You know by now, Kate, with this time we spend together, these toss plays, the best way to defend them is to hit them before they get started. And that's exactly what the defense did.
First down run netted him nothing. Here is 2nd and 10. Here's Lamar. Screen here for Gibbs. And this one doesn't go far.
It may not look like much on the stat sheet, but this is kind of good on good. An offense gets a completion, not going backwards, and the defense, well, they rallied, they pursued, and kept that screen to a minimal gain.
Drive in dire straits. It's 3rd and 9. Here he goes, 3rd and long. Past the line, he's going to run for it. And he is well clear of that marker. That effort's going to set them up with a 1st and goal.
You know, before the snap, right before the snap, you may have to take off if the read isn't there. That was a great adjustment made at the perfect time for the 1st down.
Offense in position now. It's 1st and goal. Putting the tight end in motion. Out of the gun. Here's Jackson. He will score. It's a Detroit touchdown. The Lions push their lead further to start the half. It's a Lamar Jackson touchdown. Great play by the QB there, Brock. The play broke down. He didn't have much of a choice other than to escape and improvise. And in the end, turned out to be the best call he could have made.
It is such a necessary tool in today's NFL for that QB to put right in his tool belt, Kate. You know, in my day, you could be a blacksmith, right? You just do the job and stay in the pocket. Not anymore. You got to be an artist. And you got to be an artist that can create when things break down. And that's big time to get a touchdown out of it as well.
Bates has it all set up. Here comes the kickoff. That's going to be taken in at the 8. He dodged the tackle. And he gets across the 30 before he's brought down. Philadelphia getting ready to go on offense. They're running out of time to get this game into a more manageable spot, Brock. We've got a 3-score deficit, and we're in quarter number 3. New set of downs for him from the 31. First down throw for Allen. To the right side and reeled in by Chase. And he'll go down, and we'll say right at the 39-yard line.
Jamar Chase. 8 yards on the pickup.
So we're through 3 here. It's not quite over yet, but it'd take a pretty miraculous comeback. We've got a 3-score game as we get set to start the 4th quarter. Offense is set. This is 2nd and 2. Blitz coming here. Allen. Now he takes it. They gain 11 on that play. And that'll be good for a Philadelphia first down.
That's good for the Eagles. First down. First and 10 at the 50-yard line.
Throwing here, Allen. Completed left side to Smith. And they make the tackle at the 38. 12 yards on that play, and a good call nets him the first.
I love throwing on first down. And when you see a first down pass just like that, it's taking advantage of a matchup you planned for, and you go out and execute.
New set of downs for them. They'll start at the 38. Throwing now on first down, Allen. He's got Brown on the slant. And he's going to be brought down at the 35-yard line.
Every once in a while, it's fine to be conservative on first down, especially when you get enough to stay on schedule and get a little something coming out of it, too.
Second down now. They need 7. From the shotgun, it's Allen. And again, an interception is dropped. Looked a whole lot like the last play, didn't it, partner? And again, the turnover escapes him. It's going to be third down.
Oh, that was such an opportunity lost. They were looking for a way out without giving up any points on the series. And instead, well, he just couldn't quite hang on.
Allen on third down. Ooh, put some heat on that one, Brock, but it falls incomplete.
So often, so many of these games in the NFL, well, they come down to a play or two, and third downs are critical. Whether it's in a close game or already out of hand, their coach wants to see them convert those.
Now, can't blame them looking at that scoreboard, right? Might as well go for this on fourth down. Desperation time here. Taking a shot towards the end zone. Forces that one, and it's intercepted. Picked off by Darren Stingley Jr. First call here coming from the shotgun. They'll start on the ground with Gibbs. Drifting ever closer to their goal line as he winds up backwards to his own 5. So some immediate revenge for that last play, Brock. I don't know. What do you think? Is it going to take away the pain from giving up that big run the prior play?
Not necessarily, because it really does take a group failure to give up a big run like that in the NFL, but it also takes a whole lot of teamwork to knock them behind the sticks. Job well done there.
They go play fake with Jackson. Connects on the crosser. And this gets them well away from danger as he is up past their 20. Give him an 18-yard pickup there. And the Lions have a first down.
Well, that's a game that has its roots in preparation during the week. That's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday kind of stuff. Identifying ways to target the coverage and creating opportunities for big completions.
On first down, it's Gibbs. He runs it up to midfield. Jahmyr Gibbs. He's to the 10. And he will get this to the end zone for a Detroit touchdown. The Lions put up even more points in a win. It's a Jahmyr Gibbs touchdown.
Kate, you saw me chuckling. You know I love celebrating that run, but you know what I really love? I really love watching those linemen, and they just get to celebrate. They love an explosive play like that. Doesn't mean a long extended drive, just a whole bunch of celebrations.
That one right down the middle. And the Lions grow their lead yet again. Bates has it all set up. Here comes the kickoff. Fields this one at the 3. And in the end, he's able to get it to what used to be a touchback. It's at the 25-yard line. The Eagles about set to go on offense. And this a final opportunity to make things a little closer in that final score. Eagles getting ready. Here comes first and 10.
I got him, on me.
Not Not deterred by that pick. He's throwing again. Can't connect over the middle. It's incomplete. Devontae Smith, the intended target. And now it's second down.
That's a throw at this level. With so much speed and length, you got to be real careful. Rarely do you find a clean window down the middle. Got to be absolutely perfect, and it wasn't there.
Another try from the 25. It's second and 10. Allen fires out wide, complete. And they'll stand him up and sit him down at the line.
You know, Kate, it's almost as if the defense invited him to make that throw. That was a play they knew they could defend, and they stopped it right at the line.
Third and 10. Can this offense get it done? They'll throw. Third and long. Trying to push deep downfield. So the coverage holds up on the deep ball. That's going to force fourth down.
I know that you and I love, Kate, looking at plays and discussing them and all the different outlets and checkdowns, and usually there's a completion to be had, but not against this defense. Not on that one.
Down big, they're going to exhaust all options, it appears. The offense lining up to go for this. Allen going to throw again. He's going for it himself. And they are sent off the field. They had to go for it. Defense knew it was coming. That's a turnover on downs. So this one will not get it done. They're going to turn this over on downs. So they'll head up here, first and 10 from the 34. Design run. Jackson keeping it. He scampers ahead for about 4. It's second down now.
It's one of those sneaky little runs, Kate, that gets you enough yards to create some doubt into that defensive coordinator. You could stick to the ground. You could throw beyond the sticks. You really create some indecision now defensively.
They'll come up after that 4-yard gain. It's second and 6. They send one of the tight ends in motion right. Didn't get that one off in time. This is going to be a delay of game. Must have lost sight of the play clock there, Brock, because the quarterback could have snapped it in time, but instead, they take the penalty. Everyone's prepped. It's second down now. They'll run here following the penalty. Well, even a great game is going to have its lesser moments. He can't get anything out of that carry. Stop for no gain.
It's a loss of a yard, and it's third down.
So the Lions get the win on the road. And it was a maestro of a performance defensively, limiting them to only one field goal. Playing shutdown football like that, Brock, it is no surprise they came away with the win. And I think you'd agree, we see some more lockdown football in their future. Well, that'll do it for us, for Brock Huard and our entire hard-working crew. I'm Kate Scott. This has been the NFL on EA Sports. It's a win for the Lions as we say so long from Philadelphia.
A look there at M&T Bank Stadium, just off the Inner Harbor in Baltimore, Maryland. Tonight, a good one straight ahead. It's the Philadelphia Eagles and the Baltimore Ravens. Devontae Smith there to return. And this will work out quite well. They'll get it all the way out to the 30-yard line. First carry for Saquon Barkley. And wow, tough to bring down that time. Surging forward for a pickup of 6. Second down.
This just shows why you can't count on just one guy to take him down. He's a powerful enough runner. You gotta have guys coming in support when that first hit is made. It takes a team effort to stop him, especially once he gets going.
Allen now on second down. And he's going to be brought down up past the 45. 11 yards on the connection there. Good for an Eagles first down.
And that's a nice grab for his first catch of the game, Mike. And he's someone that the play caller has told us he wants to get him early touches, get him a feel for the game. Nice job there making that happen.
On first and 10, it's Barkley. Finds room inside the 40. And he's going to be taken down. Give them 17 more, and they are on a roll. Another first down.
Really nice explosive play there on the ground. And tell you what, for these fans sitting in the stadium, they're not used to seeing their home team pushed around. So continue to be physical at the line of scrimmage. Mix in the runs with the pass. And if they can continue to generate these big explosive runs, I don't think they need to go away from it.
And they'll finally run him down, but not before he takes it inside the 15. They'll pick up 23 on that one. First down, Philadelphia. That's quickly out to Jefferson.
Really well done here by the defense, Mike, executing this zone defense, and they've got to be able to pattern read. You're not just going to drop back to a spot and just play like a robot. Based on what the receivers do off the line, the defenders have different rules of where their zones move to. Well, they had that one dialed in right from the jump, and they were able to stop that play really before it got started.
He's got it at the 3. And the Eagles are looking at a 1st and goal. He takes it all the way down to the 2.
And this is what you can do when you have one of the best receivers in the game. You understand that even if the coverage is not perfect for the play call, sometimes it's just as simple as, my guy is better than your guy, and we're going to just keep giving him a chance.
Trying to push the ball forward, but he's not going to get in. They stop him up short.
Well, after being stopped for no gain on 1st down on the ground, Mike, it brings up the question. 2nd and goal from the 2, what do? I like throwing it. I don't like waiting till 3rd down to air the ball out. So if they want to take a shot at the end zone, I think it's got to be here on 2nd and goal.
Saquon. And he won't quite get in. Down to the 1, setting up 3rd and goal.
And after that short run, puts them a little bit closer to the 1st down marker. And they're going to need to create more running room on the ground if they plan on extending this drive.
Trying to cash in on this opening drive. Here's 3rd and goal. They'll run the sneak. And he's able to get the ball across the goal line. He's in. Josh Allen. Touchdown, Eagles. A terrific way to start this one. Not only a touchdown, but a nice long march down the field. Makes it a long walk back to the bench for the defense.
Mike, that's about as good as you can imagine starting a game offensively. To be able to sustain that many plays and be able to cap it off with a touchdown, that is a dream start for this offense.
So following the score, here comes Elliott to kick this one away. On the return, it's Keaton Mitchell. And he is stopped at the 25. The drive will begin there.
At their own 25-yard line.
A 1st down throw for Jackson. This one grabbed by Nakua. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on 1st down.
A bit of a quick hitter here, and what you're hoping for, Mike, is that the defense can't react quickly enough because the ball's coming out so hot, but they knew it was coming, and they end up holding them to just a short gain.
First carry for one of the league's best workhorses, Derrick Henry. He'll bring this to the 40. That's good enough to move those chains. It's a 1st down.
It just seems like every time this guy touches the ball, he makes something happen, and not all of his runs are always going to be positive. He's kind of one of those guys that's going to get a 0, a 1, a 2, but it's the home run threat. It's the big plays that really tip the scales in your favor, and when you can generate those big explosive plays on the ground, no, that makes such a big difference for the offense.
And he's going to be out of bounds just beyond midfield. A gain there of 11. 1st down, Baltimore.
1st and 10.
I always think you can tell pretty quickly how comfortable a quarterback is in their offense, Mike, by how fast they work through their progression and get the ball to their check down underneath. And in this case, with the depth of the defense, a lot of space in the short game, get them the ball, pick up the 1st down.
And they'll move this one down inside the 40-yard line.
11 more yards.
1 quarter in the books. It's the Eagles with the early advantage. We'll be back in Baltimore after this. Raven football, quarter number 2 begins. Ball rests at the 37. It's 1st and 10. As we are ready to get back underway. Jackson fires complete to Flowers. And he's not going to get too far, tackled after a gain of just a yard.
A gain of a yard.
All right, so anytime you're facing the blitz, the best thing you can do as an offense is just get the ball out of your hand. Get into the hands of receiver, run after catch. In this case, nice job by the defense, rallying to the ball. Modest gain.
Second down, Jackson. A very quick throw there, but not on the same page with his target. That's incomplete. He was trying to get it to Jamar Chase. And it'll be third down.
Well defended there. The quarterback's trying to attack this defense outside the numbers. Those really wide angle throws near the sideline sometimes can be very hard to defend. So give a lot of credit to this secondary. They were all on the same page, and the ball falls incomplete.
And he is out of bounds down at the 21. His second catch of the drive. This one good for 15 and a first down.
First and 10 at the
Third downs,
21-yard
Mike,
line.
those are quarterback downs. Those are the downs where you tend to find yourself in a must-pass situation, and that's where the top guys in the league are still capable of overcoming it. So throw the ball downfield, be accurate with the ball. Winning on third downs, that is a recipe for success.
And he'll get nothing here. Back to the line of scrimmage, and that's all.
Line of scrimmage.
Well, this play, Mike, was clearly about the job of this defensive line. Great job holding their ground, forcing these blockers to be stood up. Nowhere to go for this running back, and they hold him to no gain.
Jackson now on second down. And it's left side and caught by Flowers.
You can see in the eyes of the quarterback, he's trying to push this ball initially downfield, but with the defense doing a good job keeping a lid on the coverage, he's forced to check this ball down to the shallow route. But this is something that they know in the future. If I need a couple yards, they can come back to this play.
On third down, Jackson. He's got his tight end. That's Andrews. And the Ravens are going to have it first and goal. He's taken down at about the 8-yard line.
And this has been a really nice answer so far to this game, Mike. I mean, you watch your opponent take the initial drive and go right down the field and score. And what are you going to do in response? What are you going to do when you get that ball back for the first time in your huddle? And I'll tell you what, they've answered all.
And he will get into the end zone. Derrick Henry, touchdown, Baltimore.
And what a response by this offense. It's not easy taking the field, Mike, for the first time in the game, and you find yourself already down a score. They watch their opponent kind of march down the field and score in the opening possession, and they're able now to go out and square it on up. Allows you to take a deep breath, maybe get a little confidence for your defense to go out and get a stop, and they come away with this extra point. We got ourselves a tie ball game.
Each team one possession, each team a score. 7-7 as they kick it off. Here comes a return from the 3. He'll get across the 20, mark him down at 23-yard line. The Eagles offense ready to possess the football for the second time. They'll work in a tie game here in the second quarter and get started with first and 10. To the left side and taken in by Jefferson. They'll get about 4 here as he is taken down.
4 yards on the pickup. Second and 6 at the 28-yard line.
Ball on the 28-yard line. Here's second down and 6. Here's a handoff to Barkley. And he'll bring this across the 30-yard line. It's a pickup of 4.
And while that run wasn't anything really to write home about, what it allows them to do, Mike, is keep everything in the playbook at their disposal. Third and short, now it's up to these coaches to dial up their best short yardage play and extend this drive.
On 3rd and 1, it's Allen. That's taken in. Alcantara's got it. And he's going to pick up the first down. He knew where that marker was and made sure he got beyond it.
First down. A 4-yard pickup on the play. And an Eagle first down.
From the gun, throw here for Allen. And he's going to be taken down as we hit the 2-minute warning here in this first half.
13 yards on the play.
It's a pickup of 13 yards. Good for an Eagles first down.
A gain of 13 yards.
Really nice job there to move the chains early in this drive, but now as they approach midfield, continue to keep your foot on the gas. Don't get conservative. Don't start sitting on the ball. Cross midfield and go. Anytime you find yourself on your opponent's side of the field, you have to be thinking points.
That's his third catch of this first half, and good enough for a first down.
And now you can see they're really getting in rhythm in this 2-minute drive. Now, after that last completion, Mike, they cross midfield. Now the mindset goes to, all right, we got to come away with some points. They've got a quarterback who's in complete control, and they got to see if they can finish this thing off.
And they bring him down, but not until they get inside the 30-yard line.
That's good.
That's his third catch of this first half, and good enough for a first down.
First and 10 at
That
the
last
29-yard
completion's
line.
going to go a long way towards at least finishing this 2-minute drive, Mike, with some points. You're already in field goal range, so now the idea is continue to work the clock down, take a couple shots at the end zone. You want to get points, ideally a touchdown, but either way, you have the ball last before the end of the second quarter. When you put plays like this on tape, it sends a message to every defender across the league. When you play this offense and this guy has the ball, you better bring it when you come to contact him, because if not, you're going to be on the wrong end of it.
Now he'll run. Carrying that ball loosely, and it is out. And the Ravens have come up with the football.
Fumble on the play. Recovered by the Ravens.
Jackson now to throw on first down. Now a screen set up for Henry. And that'll be good for a gain of about 4 as he is forced out of bounds.
You see so many teams wait till third down to execute their screen game, but I like in this case the play caller changes things up. He uses the screen game on first down, which will have an effect on this pass rush going forward. How aggressive do they want to get after the quarterback? Because they got that screen play still in the back of their head.
Nacua snags it over the middle. And they'll be set up now. Up past the 40 with that one. Now the Ravens use their first timeout. Clock is stopped for 26 seconds until the break.
At the 42-yard line.
Set to go now on 1st and 10. The motion man is Nacua. On 1st and 10, Jackson. Looking into the middle, there's Flowers. And they're going to work this down inside the 45.
14 more yards.
Now a timeout here by Baltimore. That's going to be their second, as the clock will stop with 21 seconds to go until halftime. Again, it's Jackson. A pass pulled in by Henry. The Ravens now going to use their final timeout, and it'll come with 15 seconds to play in this first half.
At the 37-yard line.
Second down and 3. In motion comes Andrews. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
Really nice job with the protection up front. Just nobody could get open downfield, so it's a combination of Your offensive weapons have to do a better job taking advantage of that time to work and separate. But also, how impressive is that by that defense to be able to cover for that amount of time?
This one is good. He knocks it through. And the Ravens get 3 here late in the first half to take the lead.
Good snap, good hold, really good operation by the specialist. Gives this offense the lead right before the halftime break. Now the question will be, can they build on this as they try to close this game out as we look forward to the second half?
Final moments of this first half, kicking with the lead now as this one is in the air. And no chance to return this one through the end zone for a touchback. The Eagles offense going to get it one final time in this first half. They'll try to establish some tempo as they start this one with 1st and 10. To throw is Allen. Now a deep ball looking for Brown. Picked off by the all-pro corner, Derek Stingley. And he will be brought down on what will be the final play here in this first half. 3 points, all that separates these two sides as half number 2 kicks off. This returnable from the 4. The Ravens offense ready to get going again. They'll have it first in this 3rd quarter. With a solid start so far. Touchdown and a field goal on their first 2 possessions. From the 25, they'll go to work. 1st and 10. They'll start out on the ground with Henry. And that one shut down pretty quickly. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage. And that's it.
There's very few defenses in today's NFL, Mike, that you can play the cornerback position and be unwilling to tackle. Those days are kind of over, so give credit to this guy. I mean, he identified run, he understood his leverage and gap fit, and he's able to bring him down for no gain.
His fullback releasing, and he's going to bring it in. Get about 6 before he's taken down.
So I don't think his fullback was his primary option on that play, but a really nice job by the quarterback working quickly through his progression, getting the ball down to his big fullback, and he's able to pick up a nice gain.
They bring Chase in motion. 3rd and short, Jackson. And the defense can't come up with a stop there. Gain of 7 and a first down.
He's in a really nice rhythm here on 3rd down. He appears very comfortable operating out of the gun, and he's able to find his man near the sideline, and he's able to extend this drive.
So from the 39, they come up on 1st and 10. He'll swing this out wide to Henry.
Jackson's pass complete to Derrick Henry. A gain of 5 brings up 2nd and 5 at the 45-yard line.
Ball spotted at the 45. Here's 2nd down and 5. Play action now. Jackson. That's going to be incomplete. Coverage very good there. Contact jarring the ball loose. And it's going to force 3rd down.
Brings up 3rd and
He's usually such a reliable target in the passing game, Mike. We just don't see him struggle to come down with catches like that all too often. And when you're one of the go-to guys on your team, I know the hit's coming, but guess what? It feels a lot better after you take that hit after a catch than it does after a drop.
And he's taken down inside the opponent's 35.
22 yards.
That pass play good for 22. Good for a Raven first down.
1st and 10 at the 34-yard
So here's a play, Mike,
line.
that is clearly designed to attack the middle 3rd of the field. So think it's roughly the space between the numbers. That's the most valuable real estate in football. And once he understood where his leverage was and he gets his head around, great job by the quarterback. On time, delivering a strike. Remember this one thing, Mike. It is not how well or how often you run the ball in the NFL. It's when do you run the ball well in the NFL, and I think that's what a lot of these offensive play callers are starting to realize. Can you run the ball well in critical moments of the game, more important than how many gross yards you run for?
Going to go right back to Henry. And he's going to be brought down just outside the 10-yard line. 14 on the pickup. First down, Baltimore.
This is where you have to be careful, Mike. You find yourself winning in the second half. Human instinct says, all right, let's just sit on the ball and protect the lead and let the clock run out. You can't do that. Stay aggressive. Do what got you here. Continue to mix the run with the pass. Keep your foot on the gas and try to extend this lead.
Down to the goal line. No signal. Is he in? They'll say it did not break the play, but a real solid gain on 1st and goal. They'll try to run this one in. And he barrels his way into the end zone. Justice Hill. Touchdown, Ravens. A lot of big bodies down there, but at the end of the day, the one that mattered, the one with the ball, finds the end zone for the touchdown.
Yeah, once that back gets the ball, Mike, he's just looking for a little crack of daylight, and he's thinking, I'm going to run into it and just hope I come out the other side. And in this case, the other side's the end zone, and they get 6.
17. Eagles 7.
Now, after the touchdown, Luke is back out to kick this one away. They're trying to pin him deep. They'll take this from the 3. And a decent return there. He'll get this up just shy of the 30. The Eagles offense ready for their first possession of this second half. They find themselves down 17-7 as this drive starts 1st and 10. They'll bring St. Brown in motion. On the ground, it's Barkley to start the drive. He'll move the pile forward. Let's give him a couple. Tackle there by Will Anderson.
A gain of 2. Brings up 2nd and 8.
From the 32-yard line now, here's 2nd and 8. From the gun, here is Allen. To the right side, that's St. Brown. And he's going to be taken down right at midfield. They gain 18 yards on that one. First down, Philadelphia.
Whatever they've talked about in the locker room at the halftime break seems to have worked. They've come out with a new established energy. You could see it when they took the field. Now this offense seems to be building on it because with that chunk play, just a little bit of rhythm that they can build off of. They got a long way to go to get back into this game, but so far off to a good start.
And he's out of bounds, down inside the 35. Give them 17 more, and they are on a roll. Another first down.
Finding yourself down here, multiple scores in the second half. The defense is going to give you some friendly run looks. So don't be afraid to mix it in there. But if you're going to find yourself coming back from this deficit, you're going to have to do it primarily through the air with just a little bit of mix of the run.
They'll come up here, 1st and 10. Here's Allen. There's a throw right side. To be incomplete. He was looking for his tight end, Dallas Goedert, that time. And that will lead to a 2nd down.
We see this time and time again in the NFL, Mike. You want to play quarterback at this level, you better figure out a way to be able to bounce back following a bad throw, a bad series, a bad game. And in this case, he's got to bounce back from a pick on the last drive, and he's got to find himself some easy completions and settle himself back into this one.
Just his first catch. They have held him in check so far, but that one gives him a first down.
And this is a tricky part of the game for any defense. You find yourself protecting a late lead, and the age-old question is, do you remain aggressive? Do you try to just keep the ball from being thrown over your head and make everything be tackled and played in front of you? That's what every defensive coordinator struggles with, so they can't get too soft here as they try to hold on to this lead here late.
The Ravens' 11-yard line.
They'll come up now for second down and 4. Throw once more. Here's Allen. He pulls it in around the 5. And he will score. Game on. Justin Jefferson. Touchdown, Philadelphia. Greg, they are pecking away at this one now. Very big touchdown. Gets them right within reach of pulling this comeback off.
Well, Mike, at the very least, they've given themselves a chance, but can they get a stop and get the ball back again for a chance to go down and really make this one interesting?
Eagles, 14.
So they've cut into the lead. Now just a field goal behind as they kick it off. On the return, it's Mitchell. Get across the 20, mark them at the 22-yard line. So here's the Baltimore offense getting set for their next drive. They lead by a field goal as they go to work with a 1st and 10. Off the play fake. Jackson has caught left side by Likely. And he'll try to use that size and push forward, but it will not work. They're going to get him down behind the line.
Well, you know, Mike, if I had to guess, I'd say that's probably not what they had in mind when they called that play, but those guys on defense, they felt like they knew what was coming from the start, and they got to him in a hurry.
In the shotgun, here's Jackson. To the left side, caught by Chase. And he's got it to the 35-yard line.
It's a gain of
14 yards on that pass play there. Good for a Ravens first down.
A lot could go wrong anytime you decide to put the ball in the air here late in the 4th quarter as you're trying to run out the clock and protect this lead. But at the same time, I like that they haven't gone super concerned. Just handoff right, handoff left. And it just turns into tackling practice. So I like the balance of making the defense defend everything, because right now, possess the ball, protect the ball, and ultimately just run the clock out.
From the 43, here's 2nd and a couple. We'll go again here with Henry. And he is tough to bring down. Finally, the defense gets him on the ground. It'll be no gain on that play. Here's a timeout for Philadelphia. That is their 2nd. We'll talk things over before 3rd down. To throw is Jackson. And this ball incomplete on 3rd down.
Well, here we find the best laid plans sometimes do go astray. Every offense, Mike, what do they tell us? We want to stay ahead of the chains. We want to stay on schedule. This was a 3rd and very reasonable. Incomplete on that 3rd down try. Now brings up 4th and short.
good one. And hit at the 6, but continues in the end zone. It's a touchback. Here comes the Philly offense now as they make their way back onto the field. They'll see if they can put something together here, beginning with 1st and 10. From the gun, Josh Allen. That's caught. Saquon Barkley. And he'll be brought down up around the 38-yard line. 18 yards to the crate.
The best quarterbacks, Mike, they don't necessarily even have to see the running back in the check down. They can just feel him. It allows them to keep their eyes downfield, allow their tight ends and wide receivers to continue to work open. In this case, nice job by the quarterback getting that ball in his hands and letting him do the rest after the catch.
And he's going to be taken down, and that will take us to the 2-minute warning.
At the 41-yard line.
They'll drop to throw. That'll be caught left side. It's Goddard. Oh, a nice open field tackle there. He could not get free. They're going to stop him for no gain.
Truth be told, the tight end probably would have been better off dropping that ball. But let's talk about this corner. Not only diagnosing the play, but being physical enough to bring the big tight end down for a loss.
He's got his man. It's Jefferson. Remember, he had the touchdown catch the last time they had the football. Here, he's got a 1st down.
All right, this is a good start. Plays like these are definitely going to help as you work your way into scoring range. While you have to be wary of the clock and keep an eye on it, they should have plenty of time here to finish this drive.
Pass completed is St. Brown. And they'll move this one down inside the 40-yard line.
12 more yards.
Give them 12 on that one. They are on the march. Another 1st down.
1st and 10 at the
And now we're at the point of the game, Mike, where someone has to step up and make a play. That's exactly what this quarterback and his receiver did. It gives them now a fresh set of downs and a chance to go down and make this game very interesting.
And this takes him into the red zone. He's brought down inside the 20-yard line. 19 more on that one. And another 1st down.
A gain of 19 yards.
And now, after that catch, they've got a chance here late, Mike. They've got enough time to try to move this thing down. I think they can win the game on this possession.
Allen goes with a pop pass. Now the Eagles will use the last of their timeouts. They get it with 19 seconds left on the clock.
Brings up 2nd and 5 at the Ravens' 13-yard line.
So now, Jake Elliott, an important kick coming up. This to potentially send us to overtime. Now the Ravens use their 1st timeout. They get it with 19 seconds left on the clock. So now, Jake Elliott, an important kick coming up. This one he's got to have. This one is on target, and it is good. They have tied things up here in the final minute.
And that's just a big-time kick right there. I mean, think about all the things running through this kicker's head. He knows if he misses it, this game's over. But he's cool. He's calm. He steps up, takes a deep breath, and he knocks it through to extend this game.
So, not much time remaining to get something started. All tied here, late 4th as the kickoff comes. In the end zone, here's Keaton Mitchell. And he will get cut down short, shy of the 20-yard line. The Ravens offense ready to take over once more. This game level following the made field goal. so they need to put something together here. It begins with 1st and 10. Now Henry. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage at best. Might have even lost a yard there.
He was taken down behind the line of scrimmage. A loss of 2 brings up 2nd and 12.
Four quarters could not determine a winner. We get back underway here in overtime. This will be returned from the 6. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. The Ravens offense ready to take over possession of the football. They'll do so with 1st and 10. From the gun, Jackson. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a 1st down completion of 7 yards.
So anytime you decide to blitz, the hope is that the secondary can hold up long enough to allow the extra pressure guys to get to the quarterback. But when you don't get to the quarterback and he's able to get the ball on time and in rhythm, there are holes in the back end, and they're able to pick up the 1st down.
They'll run. It's Henry. Trying to find some place to go, but nothing developing. Tackled behind the line. It's a loss of 1.
And after that negative run, I think this changes the play call now on 3rd down. So this offensive line has to be a lot better on 1st and 2nd down to gain positive yards. Stay on track, because you don't want to be in 3rd and pass too often in today's NFL.
On 3rd down, Jackson. Short, complete to Likely. He's going to have the 1st down. So they convert on 3rd down with a pickup of 9.
That's good.
Really nice job here by the quarterback, understanding what did he need to pick up a fresh set of downs. In this case, that underneath drag route was all it took. Get the ball into the hands of your receiver, pick up a 1st down.
Jackson now to throw on 1st down. Now a screen set up for Henry. He'll be taken down rather swiftly after a gain of just 3.
Just a little slow developing on that screenplay there. It was pretty obvious to the entire defense exactly what was going on. Nobody was thinking pass. Nobody was getting back into their drops, and just nowhere for that back to go.
Jackson now on 2nd down. He'll step up and run. Oh, what a run. Down inside the 30-yard line.
It's a gain of 29.
That one good for 29.
The challenge of defending a dual-threat quarterback in the NFL, Mike, is that you just don't see them week in and week out, maybe like you do in college. So in this case, you defend everything perfectly downfield, but it's hard to account for a quarterback who can run. He escapes the pressure, tucks it down himself, and he picks up a big gain.
And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on 1st down.
It's not the big play they were hoping for, but 1st down efficiency, staying ahead of the chains, is what every offense is trying to find, and it brings up a manageable 2nd down.
From the 21, here's 2nd down and 4. Jackson looking to throw. This one caught by Chase. And he'll be taken down. The gain is 6, and it's a new set of downs. He picked up the 1st down.
Well, it wasn't the most exciting throw of the day, but I want you to watch, Mike, is the suddenness of the route runner. Change of speed, change of direction. Those are the qualities of great route runners, and this guy's certainly one of them.
And he's in. Puka Nacua. Touchdown, Baltimore.
Touchdown, Ravens.
Greg, exactly the way you want to handle it when you get the ball to start overtime.
Absolutely, Mike. You want to strike first. You understand the defense is wearing down. It's been a long game. Now you are one stop away from getting out of here with a huge win.
The kick is good. So an ideal start to this overtime. And now it's up to the defense to preserve a 7-point lead. So, thanks to that recent rule change, still the chance to extend this game and match that opening overtime score as they receive the kickoff here. And this will wind up working out well. He's going to take it up to the 40-yard line. Good return. The Eagles offense ready to get back to work. They'll begin with 1st and 10. Now a first throw here in overtime. He'll get this over the middle to Jefferson. And he'll be marked down at the 45-yard line. He's got a touchdown on the books from earlier, and that catch gets him a first down.
The defender has to do a better job here, Mike, of getting depth. He wants to elevate that ball to give his secondary defender a chance to make a play. He gets too much width, not enough depth, and a quarterback like this is going to take advantage.
Call it a gain of 13. Good for an Eagles first down.
This is what every offense looks to do, Mike. They want to attack the middle of the field. That's the most valuable real estate in football. And oftentimes, that's where the chunk plays come. Give it to your receiver on the move and let them do the rest.
That one incomplete. The defender right there to make the play. And it's second down.
All things considered, it's actually a pretty good pass. I mean, he puts the ball in a place where only his guy can catch it. But I think he hears those footsteps coming from that nearest defender, and he's not able to secure the catch through contact.
Again, it's Allen to the air. That is brought in at the 10. And he's going to be brought down. There's a timeout for Philadelphia. That is their second. And they'll get a chance to talk things over after picking up that first down.
First and goal.
And it's hardly an exaggeration when I say, Mike, that he's probably one of the most difficult individual assignments in the entire league. It's like playing football against that really good kid in your neighborhood. He's just hard to cover, and plays like this, it just shows how special he can be.
Allen to throw again. That one to the end zone, but incomplete. The intended receiver was Justin Jefferson, and it'll be second and goal.
They let a golden opportunity slip away on that one. That's the matchup that they wanted. They just couldn't quite capitalize on it.
One more time going up top with Allen. And they have done it! Matching touchdowns here in OT. And now they'll have a chance to win with a 2-point conversion.
Mike, what a game, but now what decision are they going to make? They find themselves down one. I think this is a no-brainer. Ball on the 2-yard line, dial up your best offensive play, and go win this game now.
And he will get in for the 2. They open up the bag of tricks on the goal line and add a pair of points. So it's a win here for the visiting Eagles. They had to work for this one. All even through 4 quarters, able to get the breakthrough in overtime to come away with a victory. So that'll just about do it for Greg Olsen and our entire team. I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. For more, log on to EASports.com. From Baltimore, we wish you a terrific night. Just about set for football now at Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia. Tonight, we've got a good one on tap. It's the Baltimore Ravens and the Philadelphia Eagles. Mike Tirico with Greg Olsen, the rookie, Tyler Luke, set to kick things off. Off we go from South Philly. He's across the 20, taking down just shy of the 25.
At their own 24-yard line.
They'll start on the ground with Barkley. And they'll bring him down around the 27-yard line. That is Nnamdi Madubuike there to bring him down.
4 yards on the pickup. 2nd and 6.
Here's a 2nd and 6. Man in motion is Brown. They go play action now. Here's Allen. And they'll whistle him down, but not before it picks up a first down after a gain of 7.
Nothing a quarterback loves more, Mike, than being able to pick up a first down without being forced to push the ball downfield and force it past the line to gain. He settles for the underneath check down. He's confident that his receiver is going to pick up the rest after the catch.
On the handoff, this is Barkley. And he's down on the other side of midfield. Markham at the 48-yard line. A gain of 17 yards. First down, Philadelphia.
And these are the explosive runs that open everything up. There's all this conversation about the value of the run game, but when you take a look at the best running teams, Mike, it's not necessarily how many yards they run for, it's how many big plays do they generate on the ground. And when you can generate big plays on the ground, it makes everything so much more difficult for the defense.
That one good for 26 yards.
26 more yards.
This is a really nice job of just finding a hole in coverage, Mike. And I used to say, hey, when you're open, stay open. That's the art of route running versus zone coverage. And it's a friendly target for the quarterback in space, and they're able to convert.
I'll run up the middle with Barkley. He'll try to get back to the line, but it's not happening. Gonna lose a yard.
On the tackle.
Some defensive ends specialize in getting after the quarterback. Some defensive ends specialize in run game. This guy can really make an impact on both, as we saw here for that tackle for loss.
Lost one on the last play, so now it's 2nd and 11. From the gun, here is Allen. Oh, he's going to be bottled up and taken down. They got him. That's the former Defensive Rookie of the Year, Will Anderson. Getting in to drop him. It's a loss of 6, and it's 3rd down. To throw is Allen. Now a screen set up for Barkley. And he'll get a good chunk of that yardage back, but he's still well short of the first down.
Let's give some credit to this offensive line. Once they identified the blitz, you could see them communicating with one another to make sure everybody is on the same page. And that's what gave the quarterback enough time and found the open man.
Elliott's kick is good. And the Eagles will take a 3-0 lead.
You know, they did a lot of good things on this opening drive, Mike. I know they stalled out once they got down there into the red zone. They're going to need to work on finishing some of these drives as this game moves along. But that's a good 3 points to start this game.
Three points on that opening drive. We'll see the response as the kick's away. From the 6, here comes a return. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line.
The Ravens take over 1st and 10 at their own 27-yard line.
First carry for King Henry. And a good piece of running there. He'll get about 9 yards past the 35-yard line.
It's a gain of 9. Brings up 2nd and a yard at the 36-yard line.
Ball on the 36 now. Here's 2nd and a yard. Bowers, the man in motion. 2nd down. Jackson. Gonna get that complete to Jamar Chase. And they bring him down, but not until he crosses midfield.
It's a gain of 14 yards.
Give him 14 on that one. First down, Baltimore.
Anytime you're facing a zone defense, you're working from your first progression all the way through. But when guys are open in this level, Mike, they don't stay open very long. So what they taught us as receivers, if you're open, stay open. And if you're not open, you better get open quick because that ball is coming out.
Give him 10 more on that one. Just enough for another first down.
They've done a nice job spreading the ball around. Make the defense have to account for as many different weapons as possible here early. I think back to our conversation with this coaching staff, Mike. They identified this guy as someone they needed to get involved early and often, so that might be his first target.
The pressure gets home. He's lost the football. That'll be picked up by the Eagles. And he is going to bring this one back. It is a fumble recovery for a defensive touchdown. Greg, what a terrible play for the offense. You're trying to gain some momentum. Here you not only lose the handle of the ball, you hand the defense 6 points.
And Mike, how often do we see that when a player loses the ball, his confidence is not far behind? And I think in this case, that's where the coaching comes in. Put your arm around him. Hey, we're giving you the ball in this next possession. We believe in you. They've got to get this player back into the flow of the game after that back-breaking turnover that led to the defensive touchdown.
So the lead is now 10-0 as this kicks away. On the return, it's Mitchell. He'll get this past the 20 before he's brought down shy of the 25-yard line. The Ravens offense ready now for their second drive. They're working from behind here early, trailing final few seconds of this first quarter. Operating from their own 23, they'll begin 1st and 10. On the handoff, it's Henry. He's fighting to get back to the line of scrimmage, but can't get there. Dropped for the loss of a yard. We are through one. It's the Eagles with the early advantage. And we're back in Philly in a moment. Raven football, quarter number 2 begins, 2nd and 11, as we are ready to get back underway. Jackson, there's a short one caught by Andrews, and they'll hold him to a gain of just a couple and sets up 3rd down.
And this is where the versatility of the tight end position really starts coming into play. Not only do they have to line up with their hand on the ground, but they can occasionally split out in the slot. And, man, they're too fast for linebackers, and a lot of times they're too big for defensive backs.
He'll look for Flowers downfield. That is knocked away downfield, incomplete. He made sure not to let the receiver get behind him. 3rd down stop sets up 4th down.
I think he predetermined that 3rd down throw, and even though the coverage was tight, he still tried to fit the ball in there anyway, and it ended up falling incomplete. I think if he goes through his progressions and has a little bit more trust in his protection, I think there's an easier throw to make out there.
This returnable from inside his own 40. And he's going to be knocked down before he can even think about returning that ball. Whoa! The Eagles offense ready to take over for their 2nd possession. They've got the 10-0 advantage here early. And we'll see if they can add to it. Beginning on this drive, 1st and 10. They'll run straight ahead with Barkley. And he broke through the initial contact, winds up getting about 3. It's 2nd down.
Nice job by the running back making the first guy miss, but it's the pursuit by the entire defense. Even though he doesn't get him down on his first try, the rest of his guys are all rallying to the ball, and they bring him down for a short gain.
Play action. It's Allen. That one incomplete. Good job, textbook there, separating the man from the ball, and it'll bring up 3rd down.
And I think I want to see a little bit more of this style from this defense. The key, Mike, is at that catch point, you want to create as much contact and be physical. Separate the ball from the intended receiver, and it's a great example there.
On 3rd down, it's Josh Allen. And that is incomplete.
So the hope is your 1/3 down conversion from really jump-starting a possession that ultimately leads in points. But after that 3rd down incompletion, kind of throws a wrench into those plans.
So on 4th down, they'll call on Braden Mann to punt. And no return forthcoming. It's a touchback, and we'll come out to the 20-yard line. The Ravens offense ready to come back out for this next possession. They'll start it here with a 1st and 10. Off the play fake. Jackson. To the left side. Caught by Chase. And he'll be taken down all the way up past the 45. It's a gain there of 26 yards.
This is just like recess, just playing one-on-one football and saying, all right, I'm throwing you the ball. You got to go get open. This is a great job by the receiver selling it at the top of his route. The defender thought he was defending a deep ball. He sticks his foot in the ground and comes back. Well-timed, well-executed, and a nice pick. So this team finds themselves now in a little bit of a tricky situation here, Mike. If they don't find a way to start sustaining some of these drives and come away with points, all of a sudden you're trailing by double digits in the second half. You become very one-dimensional. You become very pass-heavy, and that's certainly not how any team in the NFL wants to play.
Over the middle, that's the tight end, Bowers. And they're going to work this down inside the 45.
13 yards on the play.
A pickup there of 13. Good for a Raven 1st down.
And that was just a simple read that time. He knew his guy was going to come open in the middle of the field based on the look they gave. All he had to do was let the play develop and then deliver a strike to pick up the 1st down.
And he finds a little bit of space. He'll take this forward for a gain of 4.
A gain of 5 brings up 2nd and 5 at the Eagles' 36-yard line.
They'll come up here on 2nd down and 5. Out of the gun, here's a give to Henry. And he's going to be taken down as we hit the 2-minute warning here in this 1st half. In motion comes Andrews. On 1st and 10, Jackson. The throw on the run is complete. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a 1st down completion of 7 yards.
I'm not sure what was the more difficult aspect of the play. Winning his route versus man coverage or catching this pass, because that quarterback, he put a little extra sauce on that one to get it there on time, and he's able to secure a really nice catch.
In the shotgun, here's Jackson. Right side, complete to Nakua. And he'll get him down after a gain of 5, but that is enough for a 1st down.
I really like the balance that they've showed so far on this drive, Mike, and what that does is it makes the defense have to defend the entire field. The run game and the pass game, everything looks the same. There's no tells, so they can't afford to just dial up certain schemes to take away a run or a pass. They've got to defend the entire playbook, and so far they've done a great job on this drive doing just that.
1st and goal, Baltimore.
Well, a chance to get right back in it here. 1st down and goal. Jackson up top again. To the goal line and in. Jamar Chase. Touchdown, Ravens.
And what a fitting end to this drive, Mike. It only makes sense that he's the one that gets the ball in the end zone after making a handful of clutch plays prior to the touchdown. That was just a textbook example of one guy taking over the game.
The kick is good. Makes the score Eagles 10, Ravens 7.
Still a little time. Final minute of this first half. We'll see if they can do anything with this kickoff that is coming their way. Here's Smith to return it. Across the 20, they'll mark him down before the 25-yard line. That's where the offense will take over. The Eagles offense going to take over here in the final minute of this first half. They'll start out first down and 10. Out of the gun, here's Allen. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up second and 5.
This is a great example here of just not getting too complicated as an offensive coordinator. Who's one of your best players on the field, and how do you get the ball in his hands?
Here comes second and 4. One final throw before the break. That's caught by Jefferson on the right side. And he's going to be taken down as time runs out on this first half of play. 3 points, all that separates these two sides as half number 2 kicks off. This taken at the 5. And it'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. The Ravens offense looking to get back to work as we begin this third quarter. This one has been tight so far. A field goal separating the two sides as this drive kicks off with first and 10. Back to throw, Jackson. He'll step up and run this. And he'll be taken down as he takes it just shy of midfield. Terrific start to this drive. Gain of 23 and a first down.
This is an element to his game that we don't necessarily spend a lot of time talking about. He's not known as a traditional runner at the quarterback position. But when he has some space like he had here, he is more than capable of not only converting first downs, but picking up big chunk plays.
That's caught by Puka. That's a nice pickup on a first down throw. It's a gain of 8.
It's a gain of 8. Brings up second and 2 at the 43-yard line.
Here's second and 2. Now they'll try to run the jet sweep. And he's going to pick it up and take it down inside the 35 for the first down.
A gain of 9 yards.
This is just another creative wrinkle that they can add to their offense to help move the chains. They don't do a ton of sweeps throughout the course of the game, but they do just enough here and there to keep the defense guessing.
Here's first and 10. This is Henry. And not much there. Good defense. Held to no gain.
And the big man in the middle swallows him up right at the line of scrimmage. And I think the next time this offensive play caller decides to go to the ground game, Mike, I bet he's going to find a different place along that defensive front to attack.
Second and 10. From the gun, Jackson. That one down the field, but they cannot connect, and it's incomplete.
Initially, a nice job by the receiver. He actually was open downfield. He was able to get behind the defense, but the window closed up so quickly they couldn't get the ball to him. Prevents the big play.
Here's a third and 10. Jackson now. Left side, caught by Andrews. It's a pickup of 13 yards. First down, Baltimore.
And this is what can happen when you're so worried about protecting the sticks, Mike. You force them to throw the ball underneath, but then you've got to be able to rally the ball and tackle. But they weren't able to do it before he gets to the line to gain, and he ends up picking up the first down anyway.
On the give, here's Henry. And he'll manage to get this ahead for a pickup of 5.
Taken down at the 14-yard line. It's a pickup of 6. Brings up 2nd and 4.
They'll work now on 2nd and 4. Now Jackson. And the pressure gets there, and down he goes. God Campbell in for the sack. It's a loss of 9 and sets up 3rd down.
That last sack is exactly why defensive coaches preach over and over. Just play the next down. Just continue to make them snap the ball again. You're one big defensive play from changing everything about this drive, and what once looked like a promising drive.
And he's into the end zone. Puka Nacua. Touchdown, Baltimore.
Touchdown, Ravens.
Just a beautiful ball there by the quarterback. And the point I want to make here, Mike, and make sure the viewer understands is, in the NFL, if you have to wait for a guy to be open and then deliver the ball, it's too late. So often these quarterbacks throw their guy open. They anticipate where the void in the coverage is going to be. That's exactly the reason this play worked out here, Mike, and he's able to connect here for a big touchdown.
Now, after the touchdown, Luke is back out to kick this one away. This will be returned from the 6. He's across the 20, taken down just shy of the 25. The Eagles offense trotting back out for their first involvement of this second half. They trail by 4. A touchdown gives them the lead. Drive begins with 1st and 10. And in motion is Brown. They'll go play action here with Allen. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards.
It's a gain of 7.
There's no more efficient play in the NFL, Mike, than the play-action passing game. And you can see here why. You make the defense have to honor both the run and the pass, and he's able to pick up a nice gain to his tight end.
From the 31, here's 2nd and 3. Allen now off the bootleg. He is hit before he can get rid of it, and down he goes.
Brings up 3rd
That
down.
is Max Crosby. Gets up for a loss of 7. And now it's 3rd down. From the gun, it's Allen. This one's just too far for the receiver. Out in front of him. That one falls incomplete. Amon-Ra St. Brown, the receiver he was trying to target. And that'll set up 4th down.
And barring an aggressive decision here on 4th down, it just seemed like a really wasted possession to go 3 and out, not able to pick up a single first down. Not only do you not able to gain any field position advantage, it really takes a lot of the wind out of your sails as you find yourself jogging off the field and the punt team coming off.
So here's the Baltimore offense getting set for their next drive. The lead sits at 4. So they'll try to add on to that. This drive begins with 1st and 10. Here's Jackson. And that ball intercepted by Axelrod. And he's going to give his guys a short field to work with and a chance to take the lead.
Intercepted.
They'll run. It's Barkley. Heck of an effort there to duck out of one tackle, but they wind up only gaining about a yard.
At the 30-yard line. 2 yards on the pickup. It's 2nd and 8.
So, 3 quarters now in the books. Back with more after the break. You're tuned in to the NFL on EA Sports.
Pick it up. You're embarrassing us.
Ball on the 30 now. Here's 2nd and 8. Fourth quarter starts, and it's a run for Barkley. And he'll be stacked up at the line of scrimmage.
So I think as you look back over the course of this game, it's really been the inability of this offense, Mike, to create any sort of balanced attack to get anything going. And whether you look at the rushing yards, whether you look at just the points scored, this offense has to find a way going forward to generate more big plays and more balance, both run and pass.
Just his first catch. They have held him in check so far. As that one gives him a first down.
And how about the poise of this quarterback? You find yourself down here late in the fourth quarter, Mike, facing a tough third down. You've got to have it. But you know what? He calls the play, he breaks the huddle, and he's like, you know what, Coach? I got it. That's a big-time throw to now keep this drive alive as they go down looking for that go-ahead touchdown.
This one going to be sniffed out, blown up in the backfield.
Well, the best screenplays, of course, you want the offensive lineman out in front of the running back. They act as his escort, his lead blockers. But what you can't afford is for the defenders to be in the backfield and get to the running back, because those offensive linemen, they can't help him at all.
To the air on 2nd down. Here's Allen. And he's going to be dropped after a pickup of about 5.
To number 88, Dallas Goedert. It's a gain of 6. Makes it 3rd and 8.
Big play coming up. This is 3rd down. Throwing again is Allen. And that is incomplete.
It's just so hard to be a good offense in the NFL, Mike, when you are not good on 3rd down. Your inability to extend drives, it either puts a lot of pressure on your coaches to be aggressive on 4th down or simply punt or take a field goal. You have to maintain possession and give you more cracks to score touchdowns.
And this one, right down the middle. It's good. And they inch a bit closer here in this 4th quarter.
And I can tell you firsthand, Mike, when you find yourself trailing in a game, you don't feel very good about coming away with field goals. But in this case, it does get them a little bit closer and cut into this deficit.
So it is back to a 1-point game now in the 4th quarter as they kick it away. On the return, it's Mitchell. And he's down at the 23, and that's where the offense will take over. The Ravens offense getting their final instructions before heading back onto the field. Their lead is just a point as they begin it on this drive with 1st and 10. Trying to burn some clock here as they keep it on the ground. This defense all over this one. They get him down behind the line. It's a loss of a couple.
It's a loss of 2.
So the Eagles will use their first time out here, and they'll get together prior to the 2nd down play. Now a toss, running left, it's Henry. Here's the timeout for Philadelphia. That is their 2nd. talk things over before third down.
A gain of a yard makes it 3rd and 11.
Now, Jackson. Now a screen set up for Henry.
Jackson's pass.
I think this is one of those plays that when the ball carrier watches this back in the film room tomorrow, he's going to be a little frustrated with himself. If he could just have made that one guy miss, he picks up the first down. Instead, he gets brought down short of the sticks. And now they got a 4th down decision to make.
Ravens bring their punt team out as they try to play the field position game here, protecting a 4th quarter lead. A fair catch signaled, and they'll have it just outside their own 20. Here comes the Philly offense now as they make their way back onto the field. This drive starts at the 21. It's 1st and 10. In motion, it's Jefferson. Here's Allen now on 1st and 10. They're trying to set up the screen, but that is going to fall incomplete.
This is one of those situations that plays directly into the hands of the defense because think, Mike, they know this offense has to be one-dimensional. This has to be a pass. So what do? They bring in extra defensive backs. They clog up the back end. And at the end of the day, there's just nowhere for the offense to go with the ball.
Nowhere to go. He is taken down. Jeffrey Simmons. He gets in there to drop him for a big loss. And now it's 3rd and long.
The defensive coaches, they preached all week, Mike. They have to have relentless pursuit of this quarterback when he tries to extend the play. So often it results in a great play for the offense and a big pickup. This time, because of that pursuit, it leads to a big loss.
He'll get this one complete to St. Brown. And he's taken down up past the 35. It's a gain of 28 as they convert on 3rd down.
1st and 10 at the 38-yard line.
That's Goddard in motion. They'll drop to throw. That's a short one. Caught by Goddard. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on 1st down.
The drag route. We used to say this is day one install. Every single offense in the NFL has this sort of route, especially for the tight end position. And depending on the speed and the run after catch ability of the tight end, sometimes it can lead to some of the biggest gains.
Could be the dagger. It's intercepted. Picked off by Roquan Smith. And the Ravens have just about sewn up this football game.
At the 43-yard line.
There's a give. Heading right, it's Henry. And that one shut down pretty quickly. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage. Nothing more. Now the Eagles will use the last of their timeouts. They'll get it with just under 90 seconds remaining.
43-yard line.
They'll try again here. 2nd and 10. They're going to go right back to Henry. And he nearly got free. But as it is, gain of 6. It sets up 3rd down.
It's a gain of 6. Makes it 3rd and 4.
On play action, here's Jackson. He's got a man. That's Nacua. Complete. And he'll be taken down. No timeouts left for the defense. That should do it.
And after that first down throw, Mike, it's really a deflating moment of the defense. They understood the urgency of getting off the field and getting the ball back to their offense. Here we are under 2 minutes in a one-possession game.
So it is a win here for the visitors, the Ravens. They knew this would be a dogfight away from home, and they were right. They come away with a hard-fought victory. And that'll do it for my partner, Greg Olsen. For our entire team, I'm Mike Tirico. This has been a presentation of the NFL on EA Sports. From Philadelphia, good night.